in Jesus College, Harvard, from 1961 to 1965, with chemistry and physics as his major subjects, holding first and third ranks. Dr. Gururaja Karajagi is also a doctoral degree holder in chemistry from Carnatic University, Harvard, and he has published many research papers in international journals. After finishing his postgraduate studies, Dr. Karajagi stories at a very prestigious Gokhale Institute of Public Affairs in Bangalore. He was appreciated by none other than another eminent Kannada writer, Dr. D.V. Gundappa, DVG, known very popularly as DVG. He has served as a member of several prestigious education and governmental committees. He is on the boards of management of a few medical universities, and he was a principal of VVS First Grade College for Women, Bangalore, for 16 years. He's a very well-known columnist, and he has completed more than 1,000 daily columns in Prajavani Kannada newspaper under the title Karunaluba Belake. His 3 books under the same title are immensely popular and have seen several editions. He is also known for his daily spiritual discourses and TV channel Sri Shankara. Dr. Karajagi is instrumental in building over 50 schools of very high quality all over the world. He has conducted more than 500 training programs in India and abroad for educational and corporate organization. He is also the author of many pre-university textbooks on chemistry. He is involved in many projects such as Bapuji International School, Badagandi, which is an educational hub in North Karnataka, Shri Ranganatha International School, Bagalkot, which is like an oasis in the desert, and Kalparuksha Model School by the Hongal, again, another school of excellence in a rural place. He is a very fluent speaker in Kannada, Hindi, English, and Marathi. Having completed 40 years of teaching, Dr. Karajagi says that I am more than convinced that the quality of education is just as good as the quality of teachers. The only way to improve the standard of education is to empower teachers with content, methodology, and technology. ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಗುರು ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ, ಗುರು ವಿಷ್ಣು, ಗುರುದೇವೋ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರಃ, ಗುರು ಸಾಕ್ಷಾತ್ ಪರಬ್ರಹ್ಮ, ತಸ್ಮೈ ಶ್ರೀ ಗುರುವೇ ನಮಃ. ಈ ಶ್ಲೋಕವನ್ನ ನಾವು ಸಣ್ಣ ವಯಸ್ಸಿನಿಂದ ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೋತೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗುರುವಿನ ಸ್ಥಾನವನ್ನ ತ್ರಿಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಹಿರಿದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ತಿಳಿದಿರೋ ವಿಷಯ. ಗುರುವಿನ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದದ್ದು. ಅಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಪರಂಪರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆದು ತಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನವನ್ನ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮುಡುಪಿಟ್ಟು ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರನ್ನ ತರಬೇತಿಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಯ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಜೀವನವನ್ನ ರೂಪಿಸಲು ಶ್ರಮಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಗುರುರಾಜ್ ಕರಜಗಿ ಅವರ ಜೀವನ ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ಆದರ್ಶಪ್ರಾಯವಾದದ್ದು. ಇವತ್ತು ಅವರು ಭಾಷಣ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ವಿಷಯ ಜಾಯ್ ಆಫ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಪ್ರಕ್ಷುಬ್ಧ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಸಮಯೋಚಿತವಾದ ವಿಷಯ. ಈ ನಾಸಾ ಸದಸ್ಯರಿಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಕೇಳಲು ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದು ನಿಜವಾದ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಅವರನ್ನ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಸಭೆಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಅವರ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳೋಣ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Thank you, Dr. Karajagi. The floor is yours.
At the outset, my pranams to all of you. Good morning to all of you. It's about 8:40 here at night, and you are beginning the day. And I know that yesterday's programs were great. I'm sure today also will enjoy the whole day. And interesting is, thank you so much, Uma ma'am, for introducing me so nicely. And perhaps I felt better myself. And then I was so happy about this child. Amala's invocation was beautiful, very good. My good wishes to her. And then when Prema asked me that, can you talk? I had no other answer excepting saying yes. In fact, we talk about God as Bhakta Paradhina. God is Bhakta Paradhina. That means when disciples, his devotees ask him something, he can't say no. The same is the problem with the teacher. When a student asks something, I can't say no. And I have 2 students there, and Prema and Suma, wonderful students they were, excellent students, both of them. I'm so proud of them. When she asked me, I said, yes, I'll do free to talk on this issue. And the talk I have planned like this for about 35 to 40 minutes. Am I right, Prema? That is the time that I have? Yeah. About 35 to 40 minutes, I'll speak on this beautiful concept called joy of giving. Then leave it open for discussion, question answers we can have. A very peculiar experiences we all get in life. When you purchase a new car, the joy is unbounded on that day. Sheer joy. You want to look at it, take photograph from different angles, and take inside photograph, outside photograph, and travel around. Can you believe what happens when the first scratch falls on the car body? You feel so bad. My God, there's a scratch on the body. You feel so bad about it. In fact, we wash the car so every day. Actually, it doesn't require washing every day. When the car is new, it doesn't require washing. We wash only at that time. And the first car hurts you so much. It's almost like getting a scratch on your heart. But later on, after 1 or 2 years or 3 years, there are many more scratches. You don't worry about it. And you're already thinking of selling it off and taking a new car. That means the joy of having the car on the first day went on diminishing as the days passed. It decreased. After a few days, you sold it off and took another car. And again, the joy increased for a new car. Again, it will remain for a short time. This has been perplexing me for some time. Why the joy decreases after some time? This is true with both joy and sorrow. Both joy and sorrow. If somebody is dead in the family, on that day we feel, how can we live without the person? How can we live without him? But after 10 days, the intensity comes down. After 10 years, we forget and start smiling all over again, living normal life. That means both joy and sorrow go on decreasing with days, reduce with days. But very interestingly, when you give something, this is what you receive. A new car, a new bungalow, a new material, a new toy, no sofa. When you take a new sofa, oh, you feel like sitting on that, taking photograph from every angle. But after 4 years, say this is old, no, we should take another one. The joy disappears. But I was thinking in a different way. When you give something to somebody, have you observed the joy goes on increasing every day? Imagine you sponsor the education of a child and the boy or a girl completes graduation, very successful today. And every time you meet the child, you feel, oh yeah, I helped him in doing that. You may not say it publicly, but in heart, you know that you are instrumental in the child growing up. And that joy goes on increasing every time. And every time that boy or a girl comes and tells you, sir, I'm so grateful to you, sir. You helped me at that time. Without your knowledge, you grow 6 inches taller on that day. In fact, I know some of the friends of mine here in Bangalore, they told me, are you going to Bijapur this time? I said, yes. What is the problem? Do you go to Pandharpur? They asked me. Yes, I go to Pandharpur. This is a Vithoba's temple. And they said, this time when you go, when they do the Alankara in the morning at 4:30, please observe carefully. What should I observe? I thought I can observe the face of Panduranga there. He said, no, not that, not that. There is a particular chain that I have given. A long gold chain I have given. I gave about 10 years ago. See that. That means I should take away my glance from the Panduranga's face onto the chain. Because she has given that. She gave the chain 10 years ago. But even today, she feels the same intensity. If anybody says, I'm going to Pandharpur, she said, watch the chain, watch the chain. Does it not happen with you also? Many people say, I have given the face of the idol. I have given the temple door I have donated that. So beautiful, no? When you give something, the joy goes on increasing. I'll try to share an example with you. This is a very lovely example. This was in 1961-62. I was a young boy, about 9-10 years. My grandfather, an outstanding teacher by any standard, primary school teacher, he retired and settled. And by the time I had knowledge of the world, he had already retired. We used to stay in Dharwad. In 61-62, China attacked India. And for the first time, the rationing came into India. The rice, sugar, and kerosene were to purchase on the card. We had to stand in the queue and purchase it. It was not available outside. And in Karnataka, there was more stricter rule that we are not allowed to take rice, sugar, and kerosene from one district to another district. It's called district ban. They're not allowed to take it. And one day, my grandfather received a letter from a relative of mine from Bijapur. She had written that her daughter had delivered the child and good rice was not available in Bijapur. Can you bring good rice from Dharwad? Just about 4 or 5 kilograms for that lady. My grandfather knew that as a rule, it is not permitted. As a rule, it is not acceptable. But what to do? Heart says, poor lady, there is no good rice. You should be given good rice. He is not a smuggler though. He decided to take some 4 kilograms of rice. Those days, we did not have suitcase. Elderly people would know we had hold all at that time. Spread a carpet, put some clothes, and he took 4 kilograms of rice in a small bag, put it in the center, rolled it over and tied the rope, and our journey kit was ready. He took me to Bijapur. It is so vivid in my mind. I'm sure you will all be able to see that when I'm talking about it. We got down in Bijapur. You can visualize my grandfather, typical North Karnataka dress, kache dhoti, white shirt, coat, cap on top, and he was holding the hold all on the left shoulder and holding me in the left hand and forcing me, come quickly, come quickly, come quickly. Why was he in a great hurry? Because he was only scared if policeman catches him in the railway station, he may be put behind bars. He had to get out of the station as early as possible. We were a little away from the exit. At that time, somebody kept a hand on my grandfather's shoulder. He turned back and saw it was a policeman. My grandfather started sweating like a wet towel. And then said, I think I made a mistake. I think I'll be put behind bar. He started wondering, how will you go back to Dharwad? I said, I never knew what is happening. And the policeman said, come there, boss is waiting for you. The policeman was enough to scare us. And there is a boss on top. He pointed towards the station master's room. We went to the station master's room. Nobody was there. No policeman was there. My grandfather was relieved. He said, don't worry, we'll go now. Go quickly. Anyway, the police officer is not there. And immediately, the station master shouted, where are you going? Huh? The police officer had kept the jeep there for you. Go in the jeep and meet him. My grandfather was about to cry. My friends, you know, those times, going in the police jeep was the most insulting thing ever. Today, people go to picnics in police jeep, that's a different thing. But those days, if you go in if the police jeep is standing in front of you, you are a criminal. And if you get into the police jeep, you are convinced to be a criminal. But I was enjoying the show. A little boy getting into the jeep, and the jeep went. My grandfather was carrying that one and muttering to himself throughout, Che, I made a mistake. I should not have brought the rice and all that. Finally, it stopped in front of a huge house. It was the SP's house, Superintendent of Police. Those days, Superintendent of Police was head of the state, head of the district, and he was like an emperor. Even today, SP is a big post. Then we got down, and my father could not leave that hold all. He carried it. We sat in the sit out, sweating again, wiping his face. After 2 minutes, somebody came from inside the house. A constable said, come inside, boss is calling you. My grandfather got up, folded his hand, entered into the hall. It's a huge hall, nicely decorated with sofas and all that. There were 3 constables in different places. And there was a person in the center, a big black chap with a mustache and a lady next to him. And my grandfather assumed that he must be the Superintendent of Police. He folded his hand and said, I'm sorry, sir, I made a mistake. Tappaitu, sir. Forgive me, I made a mistake. He thought that the SP will shout at him. But something extraordinary happened. That SP stepped 1 step forward, stretched himself on the floor, and touched my grandfather's feet. My grandfather was worried. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? He started asking. And the constable started shouting, boss, boss, boss. They had never seen boss touching somebody's feet so far. They had only seen others touching the boss' feet. And my grandfather said, please get up, sir. Please get up, sir. The man got up. He was also folding his hand. He had tears rolling down his cheek, crying. Sir, you recognize me, sir? My grandfather said, no, sir, I don't recognize you. Sir, I am Bhima, sir. Bhima, which Bhima? I could make out that my grandfather did not recognize him. Sir, I am Bhima, sir. I was in his house in Murugod, sir. You remember, sir? He was folding his hand. My grandfather also folding his hand. The moment he said, I am Bhima, Murugod, I was staying in your house, the right hand came down. In a fraction of a second, he raised his hand and slapped on his face. You idiot, Bhima, you have become a policeman? I was scared. He hit the police officer on his face, okay, but supposing he hits him back, what will happen to my grandfather? But nothing happened. He started crying more loudly. Sir, hit me, sir. If I am something today, it's because of you, sir. We were untouchables in the village, sir. Nobody touched us. My father used to sweep the road, sir. And up to 4th standard, you taught me. After 4th standard, my father told me, Bhima, you also come for work. You'll get 50 paisa every day. Huh? Don't go to school, is enough. But you came to my house, fought with my father, and saw that I continued education. I stayed in your house only, sir. You gave me food, gave me shelter, educated me up to 7th standard. After that, there was no school in the village. You took me to Bijapur and paid the fees for the hostel. You remember, sir? If you had not done that, I would still be sweeping the roads of that village. It would not have been something. Then he turned towards his wife and told, you do puja every day and say, God, he is my God. If I am something today, it's because of him. Both of them touched his feet and took his blessings. I can never forget. My grandfather hugged him. It was a sight for gods to see. On one side, there was a grateful student. On the other side, there was a gratified teacher. Then my grandfather asked, you, Bhimya, you saw me in the railway station only? Why did you not talk to me there? In 1 hour, I have died 5 times now. Why did you not talk to me there? He said, how can I talk, sir? I was in the uniform. I was wearing shoes. I wanted to touch your feet, sir. So I came home and took bath. You're like God to me. I took bath and waiting for you, sir. Then he said something which I can never forget in my life. I get emotional when I say that. He said, sir, even if I peel the skin of my body and make chappals for you, I cannot redeem the debt that I owe to you. This has remained fresh in my mind even now. The question now is, what had my grandfather done to this Bhima, the superintendent of police? Why did he do that? The question is, my grandfather did not even remember that he had done something. He had forgotten the boy. And he was meeting him good 30 years after that incident had happened. 30 years after the boy went to Bijapur to study. Where was this love? I feel DVs used to tell us, whenever there's a good thing, please give it up. Like a good seed being sold in this, sown into the soil. Good thoughts, throw it. It will become good trees. I learned a beautiful lesson on that day. And today also it remains a great lesson to me. Anything that you get gives you joy for a short time. Anything that you give gives you joy till your life. Whole life you remember that beautiful incident. Don't you think it happens to you? One small gesture you make, one donation you make to an institution and a building is built there, or you contributed for somebody's life, and every time you think of it, you become more happier and happier and happier. This is the beauty. Dr. Kalam was asked several times, what is the best moment of your life? I had the privilege of being with him for about 15 long years. What is the greatest moment of your life? Everybody thought he would say, the day I was sworn in as the President of India. He said, no. I went to Hyderabad. I saw polio-stricken children there. And I saw them carrying huge calipers, heavy weight. How can children wear such a heavy weight? I was only thinking, how do I reduce the weight of these calipers? And finally, I got it done. And the joy I get when the girl wore that and said, sir, this is so beautiful, sir. I can even run with that. Actually, I saw Kalam crying that day. He said, the joy of giving to the child was more important than becoming the President of India. So I learned lesson in so many ways. The joy of giving is more powerful than the joy of receiving. Receiving remains only for a short time. After that, you forget it. But giving is beautiful. And giving is not an obligation. Giving is not an obligation. It is the only way to make our life stable. You know very well Alfred Nobel. Alfred Nobel earned huge amount of money by making dynamite. Dynamite. Those days he was to travel by flight to some other place. He could not go in the last minute because of some problem, health problem or something like that. He could not go. But those were the days when everything, ticket was written by hand and everything was registered by hand. And the plane met with an accident. And next day when Alfred Nobel woke up, he read the newspaper and it was mentioned that the enemy of the humankind died at last. Enemy of the humankind died at last. They are referring to Alfred Nobel. This man makes dynamite and people die because of that. Therefore, now he is gone. Nobel was shell-shocked. Is this the way people remember me after my death? It's not the way to die. Then he renounced everything. Whatever he had earned, he gave it to a body, and now the Nobel Prize has come. Many people do not know that Nobel was a dynamite maker. Now we know that Alfred Nobel is the one who instituted the Nobel Prize. Remember, if he had only done dynamite business without giving money, I don't know how many of us would have remembered Alfred Nobel. But today, by instituting a Nobel Prize, a whole world knows about him. That means he became permanent. He became Shashwata by giving rather than receiving. So therefore, I learned a lesson that giving is a greater joy than receiving it. As I told you, giving is not an obligation, it's the only way to become happy. I'll share a personal example of mine. It's a very interesting example. Instead of borrowing somebody's example, my examples are better. I was the principal of the college for a long time. 16 years I was the principal of the college. I loved my colleagues. I loved my colleagues so much and they liked me so much. One day, one lecturer came to me and said, "Sir, please come home, sir. We have got a new house. Why don't you come?" I said, "I'll come." But I could not make it. Next year, beginning of the academic year, she came with her husband to my house and said, "This Sunday you should come, sir. If you say, please come, we don't know how to come. You fix a date and occasion. So next Sunday, please come, sir." I said, "I'll come." Sunday morning, please visualize what happens. I went in the morning to their house. The husband and wife received me so nicely. I sat on the sofa there. My colleague had two sons. The elder one is about 12, 13. The second one is about 8 and 9. The first child is normally obedient. It happens in every family. The first child is obedient, follows the instructions of the parents and all that. Second is always mischievous. This is how it happens. There's no way. Because first one grows with the adults and picks up adult behavior. Second one has somebody to play with. And the second one has an insurance also. If something goes wrong, the beating is taken by the first one, not the second one. So therefore, she has an insurance, therefore she can afford to be mischievous. Somebody says, "I'm not mischievous." Maybe good exceptions are there. No, this happened. The first fellow came and rehearsed the program. They came and said, "Good morning, sir. So happy that you came home, sir. Thank you, sir." He went away. First boy. He was trained properly. After some time, the second fellow came. Second fellow with hair scattered on his face, half shirt, t-shirt and half pant. He had put both his hands in the pant pockets. He came and stood before me, went on looking at my face like this. It looked a little odd, no, when somebody goes on looking at you. I said, "Any special program? What are you watching?" I asked him. He asked me, "Are you the principal?" I said, "Yes." Then he said, he came close to me. My colleague was very nervous because this fellow can do anything. The second fellow can do anything, ask any question. She was so happy that the principal has come home and this should not ask any stupid question. She was calling him, "Come inside, come inside." He said, "Wait a minute, I'll talk to him, come back." He came close to me and asked me, "Do you have shower in your bathroom? Do you have shower in your bathroom?" I said, "Yes, I have a shower in the bathroom." He pushed his lower lip out and said, "We don't have shower." I said, "Don't worry, man. When you grow up, you have a good shower." "Why grow up? I made already one." I told, "You told me just now there is no shower." "My father has not put the shower. I have created one shower. I'll show you, come." He held my hand and started pulling me. And my colleague's face became red. First time the principal has come home and this fellow is pulling him to the bathroom. I said, "Don't worry, let me see what this fellow is up to." I went into the bathroom and as he said, there was no shower. There was only one tap. Like a typical magician, you know what he did? "Watch me, watch me." From the right pant pocket, he took out a small little balloon, rubbed it, blew it, then fixed it to the tap. From the left pocket, he took out a thread and tied it properly. Now watch carefully, he told me. Then opened the tap. The water started gushing into the balloon. The balloon became so big. I was about to tell him balloon would burst. He stopped it. Like a typical magician again. Now watch carefully what is going to happen. From the shirt pocket, he took out a pin, safety pin, opened it. And with the sharp end, he went on piercing the balloon 25 times. Chuck, 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 chuck. He made holes into that. The water started coming out of the balloon like a shower. And balloon became flat. Again, he opened the tap, kept it half open. The water was coming into the balloon and it was coming out in the shower also outside. He smiled broadly and said, "This is what I made the shower. This is called balloon shower." I said, "Very intelligent. Your boy is very intelligent. I appreciate it," and came back. I have a peculiar mind. I reflect so much on everything that happens. After 8 days, when I was contemplating about the thing that has happened, to me it appeared a philosophical experience, highly philosophical experience. Please watch. Are we not like that balloon? When we are born, we're absolutely helpless. Other than crying, the child cannot do anything. Absolutely helpless child, like the balloon. But then as the child grows, it picks up from the mother, father, uncle, all family members, then school, college, university, and the world. The child goes on receiving, and the life becomes big. Life becomes beautiful. Like the balloon. It received water and became big. Imagine if it continues to receive without giving out. What would have happened? The balloon would have burst. Is it not right? Balloon would have burst. Same thing happens to us also. He made about 25 holes, and through the holes the water was coming in. The only way the balloon remained stable was because of the holes. We also have 25, 30, 40 faces we have got. I'm the husband to so many, so and so, wife of so and so, father of so and so, mother of so and so. I'm an officer in a company, subordinate to somebody, boss to somebody, friend to somebody. Is it not right? We have got so many faces. You are a member of the club, you are a NASA member, you are a member of some other club. We have so many faces. If through all these faces, we start contributing to society, my life becomes stable. If I only receive, my life will burst out. So therefore, even if I want to be stable and happy, I must consciously and planned way give back to society what I have received. When I say give back to society, I'm not talking of money at all. Money is one small thing. If you have money, please give it. Otherwise, I'm not talking of money at all today. I'm talking of there are many things which can give, but we are not giving. That touches me. We can so easily give. When I go for a walk in the morning, you meet so many people on the way. Good morning, namaste, how are you? We keep on asking. There is a standard question that we ask in Bangalore. Chanagidira? Chanagidira? Saakash jana chanagiddive anta heltare. Innu ಕೆಲವರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವು ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರಿಂಗ್ ಡಿಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅವು, ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ನಗೋಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಗಂಟು ಬುಕ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಏನೋಪ್ಪ ಹಿಂಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳೋದು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾಕಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನಾನೇನು ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರ ನಾಡಿ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ? Just generally we ask, how are you? And I say, fine, I'm good. How are you? That's all we expect. But some say, oh my God, the suffering of my life never gets over. When I see people like that, I feel it's difficult. And you know, that we can give some smile at least. You don't have to do something great. Just smile. That itself is wonderful. Vishwanath mentioned that if somebody comes to you, at least smile, Baba. You can do anything later on. Some people find it so hard to smile. Something can be given to them is one nice word, one word of appreciation to people. Can't we give that? For example, W.B. Yeats, one of the finest writers of England, has written a small incident in his life. He was staying in London. One day at about 4 o'clock in the evening, he was sitting down writing something. There was a knock on the door. He looked at his calendar. He had not given appointment to anybody else. In London, nobody goes without appointment like that. Who is coming there? He went and opened the door and saw an elderly man looking very tired, standing there, eyes red. He said, Professor Yates, can I come in? Yates hesitated for a moment and then said, please come. Took him inside. He was writing on the desk and there was another chair next to it, made him sit there. He doesn't know who is he. Yates does not know who this man is. He sat on the chair, removed his spectacle, kept on the table, held his face in the palm of his hand and started sobbing. Yates was confused. He doesn't even know who is this man. Why is he crying? All the more he got up, went behind him, he put his hands on the shoulder of this man and said, don't worry, God will be with you. Don't worry, God will be with you. That's all he said. After 2 minutes, the man stopped crying, wiped his tears, put on his glasses and said, thank you, I take leave of you. Yates went up to the door and asked him, sir, you seem to be under some pressure, some worry. If you think you can share it with me, can please share. I can be of some help to you. And the man said, sir, you already helped me, sir. I don't know what to do, sir. I know that you are Yates. You are a very great celebrity here. I stay in the same lane down the last house. Me and my wife stay together. And my daughter is in New Zealand. My wife has gone to stay with her. And just now in the morning at 7 o'clock, I received the message that my daughter met with an accident and died. I don't know what to do, sir. I'm alone here. I don't know with whom I should share. My flight is only tomorrow. I'm just boiling inside. Suddenly I remembered, I saw you in the walking in the morning. I thought I can go and disturb and share that feeling with you. I came here, sir. And you told me God is with me. That's more than enough, sir. And went away. Yates writes in his diary, please don't be under the impression that when people come to your house, they come to ask you something. Many people come not for asking something from you. They want a shoulder to cry on. That's all. Even if you can be a shoulder to cry on, it's the greatest contribution. In the moments of distress, put your hand and say, don't worry, man, I'm with you. They may not take your help, but that word will be a great assurance for them. This is also giving. Giving is most important. One nice word at the right time. And can we not do the appreciation of people's work? One nice appreciation is the greatest contribution, greatest giving. I'm sure perhaps you have heard of the greatest painter of Italy at the Renaissance period, Dante Rossetti. Dante Rossetti was one of the outstanding painters, became a legend in his own lifetime. Greatest artist. One day, he was getting ready to go for a lecture elsewhere. There's another 15-20 minutes for him to go. His secretary came and said, sir, can you meet a person, sir? He said, no, I'm not in a mood. I'm going for the program. Sir, the 15 minutes still you have time. But this man is coming to us for the last 6 months, almost every day, sir. He wants to meet you for only 5 minutes, sir. Can you give time? Please. When the secretary also requests, okay, tell him only 5 minutes. I don't have much time. Okay, sir. He allowed one elderly man to come into the room. Dante Rossetti was sitting there. He was impatient. He didn't want to meet anybody. This elderly man came with 2 bags in his hand and offered his respects and said, sir, I'm sorry I'm bothering you, sir. But I had to talk to you, sir. 5 minutes. From one bag, you took out 3 paintings. 3 paintings and gave it to Dante Rossetti. Sir, please look at it and give me your opinion, sir. Dante Rossetti did not like it. Somebody coming and giving a picture and asking your opinion without even seeing that properly. Anyway, he wanted to dispose him of early. He took the paintings and looked at it. They were very ordinary paintings, nothing special about it. Absolutely ordinary. He didn't want to hurt him. He said, okay, good painting, but it requires a lot of effort. You should know the color combination, the depth and arrangement of colors. Okay, good effort. And stood up to tell that I'm going now. The man said, sir, one more second, 1 second, sir. He took out the second bag. There were 3 paintings. Sir, I know that you are in a hurry, but take this one look at these 3 paintings. Sir. Unwillingly, Dante Rossetti took the 3 paintings and spread on the table. They are magnificent paintings, magnificent. He was so impressed, he sat down. wore his spectacles, took his pencil and started noting down. I said, beautiful, excellent. He went on exclaiming and said, wonderful painting. Then looked up and said, whose painting are these? Your son has done it or your daughter has done it? The man said, no, sir, they are my paintings only, sir. Your paintings, excellent. And the first set you showed me, who did that? They are very ordinary. To be honest, they are very ordinary. Told him, sir, those paintings are also mine only, sir. Right? Those were the old paintings, sir, and these are new paintings. He said, no, sir. The second set I gave you are the paintings which I used to draw when I was in school, sir. The first set I showed is the one what I am trying now. He said, my God, what happened to you? The second set you showed me that were drawn by you when you were a small child is magnificent. If you had continued, you would have been a great artist. But why did you do that? Today's paintings are not so good. He said, I know, sir. I know, sir. And he said, tragically, sir, I did not have a Dante Rossetti to tell me that. If only I had got a Dante Rossetti at that time, you are going to be a great artist. Continue further. I would have been like you, sir. Dante Rossetti says, today, our job as seniors is to appreciate the good work done by the youngsters. There may be few mistakes here and there. Don't go on playing more on the weaknesses. Work more on the strengths. Appreciate them. This is not pampering. Critically evaluate, but tell them, good, very good, right step. Continue the same way forward. And one word of encouragement and a pat on the back will do wonders for these children. They have tremendous power, tremendous energy with them. And one appreciation acts like a spark for the car. And they take the journey forward. So that is also giving. Giving does not mean anything else. One word of appreciation at the right time. And another beautiful example, I want to share it with you, my friends. You can't get without giving. My conviction is that in Bhagavad Gita it is said, Krishna says, before I give you something, I snatch everything from you and then give. Haramyam, uses the word haramyam. First I'll take out everything from you and then give you. That means you get the value of thing only when you give it. My friend was giving this example to me. One person went to Jaipur, Rajasthan area, in the month of May and June, scorching hot. He had to go through a small village. It is so hot and it had not rained at all. Whole village was deserted. Nobody stayed in the village. They'd all migrated. He was so thirsty. There was no water available. No shop was open. He was wondering, where are the people now? Where do I get water? If I don't get water, I may die. If I'll come to that situation. Finally, as he entered the village and was going out, he found there was a borewell, hand pump. There was a hand pump of a borewell. He said, good, I can pump little water and take it. He went on pressing the handle, pumped it, but not a drop of water came. He said, my God, this is the old forgotten borewell, no water in it. But suddenly looked on the side, there was a small platform, stone platform, on which there was a jug. And so looked into jug was full of water. He said, my God, good, some water is there. I shall drink it. But then he saw somebody had written on the floor, on the platform, stone platform, with a charcoal. He looked at it. What is written there? It was written very clearly, if you want good water, please put this water of the jug into the borewell. Then pump it. It gives you good water. Don't drink and waste it. And then after completely you pumping water and drinking it, again fill this jug and keep it here because somebody else requires it. He thought twice. Now I don't know, if I put the water in the jug into the borewell, it may go away. I'll not get any water at all. So better drink it. Why put the water? Bird in the hand is better than the bird in the nest. I got a bird here now. Let me drink water. Then he thought somebody has written, that means some meaning in that. He put that entire jug of water in the borewell. That's called priming. Then he went on putting the handle down. After pumping it, fresh water came. He removed the little water and pumped it, drank enough water, and then filled up the jug and kept there. And then wrote with another charcoal there. For the person who coming after him, he said, please don't doubt it. What is written above, please don't doubt it. Only when you give this water, you get better water. Otherwise, you don't get good water. This became philosophical to me. Is it not right? Only when you invest in something else, you get back. I have a simple theory, sir, a very simple theory for all of you. And you're all very intelligent people. I should also tell you, normally Sanketis are supposed to be very intelligent people. And I know I'm talking to so many Sanketis together. I'm in a very odd situation because I have worked with very closely with many Sanketi friends of mine, very top class people, absolutely top class people. But now, this one I was telling, I call something as emotional bank account. Let's think over this for a moment. Emotional bank account. What does that mean? You have a bank account. Say put some $1,000 in that. You give a check for 2,000, the bank will not honor it. There's no deposit. I don't know whether in America minimum bank balance is required. Something like that. In India, if you keep 1,000 rupees, you can't draw 1,000 rupees. You should keep minimum 500 rupees there. You can't draw all that. Your own money, but you have to keep 500 rupees a minimum balance. That means you can't draw all the money that you deposited. I'll give you a situation. There are two houses in the neighborhood. Father is getting ready to go to the office. He's a little late. As usual, he's a harassed man and says, oh my God, where is my spectacle? Oh, where is my handkerchief? Where is my pen? The daughter or the son would say, don't worry, Papa, I'll give you. They run around and get whatever required and smile with a smile, see him off at the gate, and he goes back. In the next house, similar situation. Father is shouting, where is my pen? Where is my spectacle? The daughter or the son sitting in the room, they shout, your spectacle, how do we know? Find out yourself. You kept, no? Why should I search it? Same relationship of father and children here. Same relation of father and children here. Reaction here is different. Reaction here is different. Why? Why is the reaction different? I have a theory. It's called opening an emotional bank account. The moment I meet somebody online now or offline, when you meet somebody, you open an account with the person. Account is opened. If you are doing positive acts, you are continuously doing positive acts, you are depositing in the account. Account becomes stronger and stronger. Supposing I do positive things for people, talk nicely, appreciate them, help them, whatever little I can do. Then we do that, the bond becomes stronger. That I call your account is fat enough now. Then supposing you request somebody, can you give this help to me? No problem, sir, I will do it. Immediately because there is a deposit in the account. Without depositing, you ask somebody to do something, say, sorry, sir, I don't think I can do now. I'm not available. Is it not right? Because the account has dried up. I tell this father, please make a deposit. Please make a deposit in the child's account. Only when you make an account, deposit in the account, you can withdraw it. Otherwise, you can't do it. It happens in relationships. In relationships. Relationship is a bank account, is a real account. The more one deposits on another. I tell you, my friends, life is beautiful only when you make deposits. If you don't make deposits and give a check, the check bounces back. It happens to us. You ask somebody and he says bluntly, sorry, I can't do it. Very clearly, there is no account, there is no deposit in the account at all. Imagine you helped somebody 10 times, 15 times, you have been very kind to them. Even if they find it difficult to help you at that time, they would help you because there is deposit in the account. So therefore, human relations also, I have to invest. I'm not talking of money at all. I'm talking of positive emotions. This is very crucial, my friends. Deposits of that kind. In fact, somebody says, yes, emotional deposit is a beautiful concept. Yes, it's a beautiful concept, emotional bank account. I'm more concerned about emotional bank accounts, sir. You see the relation between husband and wife also. Wife goes on finding what is wrong with the husband, and husband goes on discovering what is not good to the wife. You're only withdrawing, no deposit. How can the real relationship become stronger and beautiful? But on the contrary, start contributing for it. I tell you, beautiful. When I was teaching in the US only, one day, one girl stood up and asked me, how long are you married, sir? It was about 6-7 years ago. I said, I'm married for about 35 years. She said, my God, with the same lady? I said, yes. In India, it is not an annual feature. We marry only once. Some lucky ones marry for the second time, but we marry only once. I said, don't be surprised about my marriage. My grandfather and grandmother lived together for 75 years as husband and wife. She said, my God, did they not fight? I said, they did fight, did fight. But I should also tell you a beautiful thing. Where in Dharwad, there was a Vatara. You know Vatara very well. Rudrapatna, you have seen all houses connected to one another together. It was like that, 8-10 houses. And right in front of our house was a well and there was a mango tree. Under that, there was a stone bench. My grandfather would read the newspaper. Sanyukta Karnataka was the only paper at that time. And he would read at 6 o'clock in the morning, thoroughly, from the top to the bottom. Your editor would not have seen it so clearly. You do that. And then you do the puja and afternoon nap and all that. 3 o'clock, again he would start reading the newspaper for the second time. That was his ritual. For the reading newspaper for the second time, he would not leave his wife, my grandmother. He would go and find out wherever she was, call her. And they would sit under the mango tree on the stone bench. And my grandfather would read the entire newspaper for her, from the top to the end, published by so-and-so to that. It would take about 1 hour. And I should tell you something special. My grandmother was stone deaf. My grandmother was stone deaf. When she was a young child, I think some cobra bite she had, and some great doctor put some medicine in the ears of her, and poor lady lost her hearing completely. And if she can hear the newspaper of the day, all the people in the Vatara need not read newspaper. They would all laugh and say, oh, Ajja's newspaper reading has started. We don't have to purchase newspaper also, because he was reading so nicely and loudly also. And I felt bad that people are making fun of my grandfather. I went and asked my grandfather, Ajja, why do you read the newspaper for her? She's not interested in politics. She won't understand also. And on top of it, she can't hear also. Why are you shouting so much? He became angry. Don't I know that you can't hear? I know. Then why are you reading it? He said, Illo, ganda eno ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಮುದುಕಿಗೆ. The lady will be happy because husband is doing something for her. I went and asked my grandmother. She never understood politics at all. She could even never pronounce the word Morarji Desai. She should always say Murari. She will always call him Murari. I said, why do you want to listen to that news for 1 hour? Why do you want to listen? I said, who wants to listen, man? Who wants to listen that? Old man would be happy to read something for me, therefore I sit for him. Look at it, so beautiful. Beautiful. Relationships are not built on imported cars and diamond necklaces. They are built by small giving here and there. Small giving, small joy, small affection, small pat on the back, ignoring small mistakes and identifying something good. I tell you, I have learned the lesson hard way. Imagine you are taking food in the morning and going to the office. By chance, your wife has forgotten to add salt in that. What do? Shout, what nonsense is that? Is it food? Huh? No salt at all? What will you do? You have hurt her. She has taken 2 hours to prepare food for you and pack it for you. Just don't worry about it. Nothing will happen to you. Good for your diabetes if you don't eat little salt. Go without that. In the evening, the lady would have felt more bad. Oh, you didn't tell me there was no salt in that. She would have cursed herself 100 times. Check, poor man took the lunchbox without salt. Is it not right? Instead of hurting her by saying, what nonsense is that? No salt. Eat without salt. Nothing happens to you. Then say, forget it. It happens, you forget it. This little act of giving is so joyous, makes the bond so strong, enormously strong. So giving does not mean money at all. Money at all. And one last word, because my time is up. I was looking at the time. One thing that I always feel important in joy of giving is be kind to the people you're interacting with. Have little patience. We're very short of patience. Suddenly we make remarks. I had a lovely example. I mentioned that and stop. Then we can have question answers. I was in South Africa. I was in Johannesburg. I was to go to a place called George. And I saw the weather report. And it said it's going to be very heavy rain and there could be tornado. And in Africa, how it rains and how the wind comes at tremendous velocity. I thought it's better to reach airport earlier. I was just about 5-6 kilometers from airport. It started raining, torrential. You couldn't see much beyond 10 feet, raining so heavily. I somehow managed to reach the airport. The power went off. And then there is a backup. The wind started blowing so ferociously. The all electric lines broke, telephones line broke, everything happened. They had the backup light. Okay, how long will the backup come? By about 11:30, there are so many people had come. There is one big cafeteria in the airport, all right, but so many people, looking like a Kalasipalayam bus stand. And people were asking for food, water, everything got exhausted. Nothing was available. People started sleeping on the floor there. Whole night it rained. Next day morning, rain had stopped, but the light had not come. But about 10:30, 11 o'clock, they decided to start a few flights because the sky was clear. They didn't have the computer. They started giving the boarding pass, writing and giving to us. They announced, people going to George, fall in line. We all stood in the line. There was one person standing in front of me, a devil of a man, 6 feet 4 inches. And he did not get water to drink, and he drank whatever he had with him, little dangerous material, and he was swinging all over, and you could make out that he was totally intoxicated. And he was shouting at the girl at the counter. There's a black girl sitting there. You blackie, useless. What are you doing there? I said, why are you shouting, man? He started shouting at me. And 3-4 people tried to say, why are you doing that? Sit down, she's doing good job. Let her do it. He started firing all of us. Then we said, forget it. The defect cannot be repaired. He was all through, he was cursing her. Now you can visualize, he came to the counter, a tall fellow. He kept his hand on the counter and looked down at her and said, you idiot, who appointed you as the counter clerk here? Useless. Can't you do faster? She was about to cry, poor girl. Sir, I am doing, sir. You see, there's so much pressure. I have to write and give, sir. Nonsense. Don't give excuses. I'll report that you should be sacked from the job. All kinds of things. And when she kept the boarding pass, he snatched it from her hand and went away. I was behind him. What should I do? I have seen this girl terribly harassed. I went up to her and said, good morning. Probably I was the first one to say good morning to her. She looked up and said, good morning, sir. I told her, you are wonderful. You are really brave. You are managing situations so well under tremendous pressure. Hats off to you. You are really wonderful. She was so happy. She wrote down my boarding pass, pulled a drawer. It was the month of December. She took a big chocolate to me and gave it to me and said, Happy Christmas, sir. Then I didn't know what to do. I had one pen with me, a nice pen. I gave it to her and said, Merry Christmas to you, and took the boarding pass. As I was leaving, I asked her, did you feel bad when that man was shouting at you? She says, how can I not feel bad, sir? How can I not feel bad, sir? He was using all expletives. I didn't like it, sir. What to do, sir? There are passengers like that. As about to leave the counter, she stood up and whispered something in my ears. She said, I have taken care, sir. Care of what? I asked her. I have taken care, sir. This fellow will go to George, but his luggage will go to Cape Town. He will go to George, his luggage will go to Cape Town. In South Africa, if you miss your bag, you may get your previous life body, but you will not get this bag. He will go to George, you'll find his bags are not there. All that he drank will come down. You'll realize, was it required? Was it required? That happens to us. We go to a counter, somebody is pressurizing, somebody is harassed. We shall not contribute for the harassment and say, appreciate a little. Two things will happen if you appreciate a little. You are giving happiness to somebody. You are depositing in the emotional account. And secondly, your job will be done faster. You'll also be happy. This is all about relationship, my friends. There is tremendous joy in giving, not much in receiving. I stop at this stage. I'll open it for questions. Any suggestions, corrections, I'll be happy.
Thank you, Dr. Karajagi. I want to just thank you so much for this talk. It was really wonderful. I learned a lot, and I'm sure everyone here from the comments you will have noticed are really grateful for this talk. Prema, would you like to say a few words first?
Thank you, sir. ನಮ್ಮ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಬಂದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಟಾಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಷ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಕಿನ್ನ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಏನ್ ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಬೈ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್. ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಎ ಫ್ಯಾಬ್ಯುಲಸ್ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಒನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ಮೀ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ರಿಯಲಿ ಮೋರ್ ಟಚ್.
ಒಂದು ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ಲಾ, ನಾನು ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಆತ್ಮೀಯತೆ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತು ನನಗೆ. ತುಂಬಾ ಆತ್ಮೀಯತೆ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು. ಐ ಸೋ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ, ಆಸ್ ಇಫ್ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ ಆ ತರ ಅನ್ಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತು. ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಯುವರ್ ಗುಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಹಾರ್ಟ್.
Namaste. Thank you, sir. Okay, now Ganesh will, but Ganesh, we will take the questions first, then we
Yes.
can do the vote of thanks.
Yes.
I'll just thank him right now, and then I'll open up the floor. Like
Sure.
as I said earlier, this was a great talk. It's the right topic at the right time. Everyone is stuck, feeling that, you know, in a depressed state, stuck at home, in an uncertain world. And I think this talk tells us the power of giving is the power to change someone else's life as well as our own. So it's
Yes.
it was really a great topic, and I thank you very much for talking to us about it. I know a lot of people have questions. I don't want to just unmute everyone. So if you notice, there is a raise hand, or in the chat, if you send me a message, I can unmute you and you can ask a question one by one. Go ahead and just type in the chat, or if you raise your hand. I see Uma has a question. Go ahead.
Thanks very much, Gururaja. It was really, enlightening in many respects and reflecting our own experiences. ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದಂತೂ ಒಂದು ನಿಜ. ನಾನಿರೋ ವೃತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಬಹಳ ಕ್ರಿಟಿಸಿಸಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇರೋದು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ವಿ ಕೆನಾಟ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಗ್ರಾಂಟೆಡ್. ಸೊ ತುಂಬಾ ಕ್ರಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ವೆನ್ ಯು ಮೀಟ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್, as you said, it is very important to make that deposit, emotional deposit, by appreciating what they have done, their work, and build up that cordiality. And later on, if you make critics, they actually appreciate it. But
Yes.
right in the beginning, if you start criticizing somebody without that emotional deposit, then it really becomes hard. They become your enemies. They don't take your comments in a constructive manner. But criticism is important. I think what you are saying is, you can be critical, but
Yes.
try to build up the rapport, try to build up friendship, try to build up that cordiality, and
Yes.
then you can probably do almost anything.
Yes.
And if you try to take some very hard stone and try to shape it, it's difficult. But if you can make it somewhat softer, it's much easier. But nandu question ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, in your experience, do you see that people have time in the current situation? It's a super fast world. What is it? What is possible for people in a world like this, where you have very little time to interact with people and so on, especially over things like Zoom and so on? Thank you.
Yes, sir. The world is moving very fast. And in fact, the moments of gratification are very small. But still, nothing strikes like emotions. Nothing strikes like emotion. In fact, in the pandemic, we had a situation where the girl lost her father in Corona, and she is not allowed to go for the cremation also. They were not allowed. The officers will do the cremation. She was crying her heart out. It is just about a month ago. Then she telephoned to me. I said, what can we do? I asked the district administration, is in Bagalkot. This administration, I knew the deputy commissioner. I told him, Baba, can you do me a favor? I don't want you to cancel the law, break the law and all that. Your people are going for the cremation, all right? Your people are going wearing the PPE kit. Why can't you give one more PPE kit for this child? She will also go close. At least see the father's face, offer her respects. Then they can do it. It is not disposing the old rotten thing. It's a human body which has been respected and revered for so long. And for her, it is a father. The deputy commissioner accepted. He gave her the PPE kit she wore and went there, looked at the father close distance and came back. And she was telling me, sir, you have given me the greatest gift of my life, sir. Look at it. Even in the pandemic, even one small suggestion, one help could be of great help. My feeling is, sir, world has changed. People are becoming fast. It's all fast junk food era. Everything is happening like that. But still, the human emotions remain the same, whether it is in the 1st century or in the 21st century. You know, Saint John who lived with Jesus Christ. He traveled with him in the forest and desert areas. When he walked on the river Galilee, because Jesus walked on river Galilee, this man was next to him. When Jesus asked, give way, the ocean gave way. John was with him. He lived with him, and Jesus Christ was crucified. John was there, kneeling down and crying. Resurrection, he was there. He was a part of his life. He lived long. When John was 90-year-old, one day, church people asked him to give a lecture. Everybody came because John was another body to Jesus Christ. And they thought he will share all the examples of his association with Jesus Christ. A lot of people gathered. And the old man, struggling, went up on the stage, stood there with a stick in his hand, raised his eyebrows and looked at all the people around. He was already 92, 93 at that time. Everybody was curious, what will he say today? He only said, please, for God's sake, love everybody around you. For God's sake, love everybody around you. Went back and sat. That was his last lecture. Last lecture, only one sentence. Please love everybody around you. I wonder, why did he do that? That was the need of the 1st century. That was the need of the 1st century. Please believe me, sir, even in 21st century, that is the only sentence we require today. Please love everybody around you. What I'm saying is human habitat has changed. Transport has changed. Language has changed. Dress has changed. But human emotions remain the same. We still cry when we are sad. We laugh when we are happy. Emotions remain the same. I'm only talking about touching the emotions of people and making it positive.
Thank you. We have another question from Prasanna Baswapatna. It's in the chat. How to reconcile different cultures? Even after many years, we find it hard to have close friends due to their ways of eating or drinking, for example. So please guide and answer in Kannada, please.
Yeah, Kannada, ಸಂತೋಷ. ಇದು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನನಗೂ ಆಗಿದೆ. ತುಂಬಾ ಸುತ್ತೇನೆ ಜಗತ್ತನ್ನ. ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ನನಗೆ ಹೊಂದಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಪಕ್ಕ ವೆಜಿಟೇರಿಯನ್ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಯಾರು ನಾನ್ ವೆಜಿಟೇರಿಯನ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ಸ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಇಷ್ಟ, ನನಗೆ ಆಗೋಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದಾಗ ನಾನು ಮುಖ ಮುರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಏನ್ರಿ, ವಾಟ್ ನಾನ್ ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಯು ಡ್ರಿಂಕಿಂಗ್, ಇಸ್ ಇಟ್, ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ. Tell them, wonderful, you are excellent, very good colleagues, but this I am not comfortable. I'll be elsewhere. You please carry on. You please carry on. No problem. No problem. Their style of work, ನಾನು ತುಂಬಾ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗೋದು US ಬಂದಾಗಲೇ. ಮೊದಲು ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ US ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ವೆಜಿಟೇರಿಯನ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ 1974-75. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾಂಟೀನ್ಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಸ್ಯಾಂಡ್ವಿಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಟ್ಟಿರೋರು, ಲಂಚ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜೋಡಿಸಿಟ್ಟಿರೋರು, ಟೊಮೆಟೊ ಮತ್ತು ಸೌತೆಕಾಯಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಬೀಫ್ ಲೇಯರ್ ಹಾಕಿಟ್ಟಿರೋರು. ವೆಜಿಟೇರಿಯನ್ ಆ ಬೀಫ್ ಲೇಯರ್ ತೆಗೆದು ಕೊಡೋರು. ನಮಗದು ಆಗೋಲ್ಲ. ಅವಾಗ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ನಾನು? ಏನ್ರಿ ವಾಟ್ ನಾನ್ ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್, ಬೀಫ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು. ಅವಾಗ ಬೇಡ, ಐ ಟೇಕ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರೆಡ್, ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ಸ್ ದೇರ್, ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್. ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ, ತುಂಬಾ ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಅವು ನಾನು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್, ನನ್ನ ಸಜೆಷನ್ ಇದು. ಇನ್ಸ್ಟೆಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಫೈಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಔಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಆರ್ ದ ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಟೂ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ಸ್, let me start discovering what is common amongst both of this. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಬಂದಾಗ ಸಿಯಾಟ್ಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಒಬ್ರು ಮನೇಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು, ಆತ ಜಾಪನೀಸ್ ಅಮೇರಿಕನ್, ಸ್ಟೀವ್ ಸುಮಿಡಾ ಅಂತ, ಅವ್ರ ಮನೇಲಿ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ. ಅವ್ರ ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲೇ ಬೇರೆ, ಅವ್ರು ತಿನ್ನೋ ಸ್ಟೈಲೇ ಬೇರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಡಾಕ್ ವಾಟ್ ಡು ಯು ಲೈಕ್ ಟು ಈಟ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಡೋಂಟ್ ವರಿ, ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಮೈ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಯು ಕ್ಯಾರಿ ಆನ್ ವಾಟ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್. ಜಗಳ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾವಾಗ ತಕರಾರು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಅಯ್ಯೋ ನನಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬೇಡ. Understand the commonality between the two rather than the differences between the two. In spite of several differences, there are bound to be some commonalities. ಈ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೊಸ ಸೊಸೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಆಗಲ್ವಾ ಸರ್? ಆಗತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಆಕೆ ಬಂದಿರೋ ವಾತಾವರಣನೇ ಬೇರೆ, ನೀವು ಬೆಳೆದಿರೋ ವಾತಾವರಣನೇ ಬೇರೆ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ನಮ್ಮ ಸೊಸೆ ಏನೋ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಳೇನೋ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ಕೂತ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನಾನು ಕಷ್ಟ, ಆಕೆ ಜೀವನಾನು ಕಷ್ಟ. ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ನೋಡು. ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ದಿ ಕಾಮನ್, ವಿನ್ ದ ಹಾರ್ಟ್. ನಮ್ ಸಾಕ್ರೆಟಿಸ್ ಬಹಳ ಚಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಸರ್, ವೆನ್ ಯು ಫೈಂಡ್ ಎ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಹೂ ಡಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಅಗ್ರಿ ವಿತ್ ಯು, best thing is go with the person for some time, establish credibility, take a U-turn and come back. The fellow will never realize it. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದು, ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಫೈಂಡ್ ಔಟ್ ದಿ ಕಾಮನಾಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ದ ಟೂ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ಸ್. ನನಗೆ ಯಾವುದೂ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಇದುವರೆಗೂ. ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲ್ ಟು ಆಲ್ ದಿ ಈಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಾಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಇನಿಷಿಯಲಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಈಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಓಕೆ ವಿತ್ ಯು? ಐ ಸೆಡ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಓಕೆ ವಿತ್ ಮೀ. ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಕಾಂಪ್ರಮೈಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ವಾಂಟ್, but I don't have to deny what they should get. Find the commonalities rather than differences.
Thank you. Next question is for Chandrasekhar Murthy. I will ask him to unmute. Go ahead, Uncle. You can unmute and ask your question.
Yes, it's very uplifting, really elevating. It's wonderful, it's profound. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right. Next, I have a question in the chat from Madhu Venkatesh. Thank you for the wonderful talk. Simply don't know how the time passed by. I couldn't agree more that giving is one of the greatest gifts of mankind. I have heard a take in a different context that if giving makes one feel so good, isn't giving a selfish act? I would love to hear your thoughts on this. Thank you so much in advance. So for you, Dr. Kala, do you have any comment on that? Giving makes
perfectly right. In fact, what she said is absolutely right. In fact, I have seen some people who think they can't give anything to anybody. But you know, they are the greatest givers. Silently, people are cleaning the streets. They feel they are poor and helpless, but they are the ones who keep our life beautiful. Vegetable vendor in the market. In India, you are seeing the ladies sit on the roadside and sell flower garlands. She is sitting in the dust, but trying to make our life beautiful. ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯ ಬಹಳ ಕಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ಅದು ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ 6 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೋದ ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೂ ಅರಳಿರುತ್ತೆ ಗಿಡದಲ್ಲಿ. ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಬದುಕತ್ತೆ ಅದು? ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಒಣಗೋಗುತ್ತೆ. 12 ತಾಸು ಅಷ್ಟೇನೆ ಬದುಕೋದು ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೂ. ನನಗೊಂದು 12 ತಾಸು ಬದುಕ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಕೊನೆ ಕ್ಷಣದವರೆಗೂ ವಾಸನೆ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಅದು. ಕೊನೆ ಕ್ಷಣದವರೆಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಆ 12 ತಾಸು ಬದುಕಿರುವಂತ ಹೂವು, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಸೋ ಎಂಥ್ಯೂಸಿಯಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಇನ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ನಾನು ಬದುಕಿರೋದು 12 ತಾಸು, ಅದೇನ್ ಕೊಡೋದು ಅಂತಾಗ್ಲಿ. ಐ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಲೈಫ್ ವಿತ್ ಹನಿ ಬಿ. ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, now if you can live like a honeybee, life is beautiful. The honeybee flies for miles together in the forest, goes in search of only a flower and nothing else, and then does not disturb the color of the flower, does not destroy the fragrance of the flower, just goes inside, picks up a drop of nectar for itself and for others. There is a rotten animal on the road, it never goes near that. It picks up only the best for itself and others. Alva. ನಾವು ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಲ್ಲ ಸರ್? We can save something for myself and for others. As long as ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣದ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಬಹಳ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಇದು ನಾನು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. When I was teaching the students in the college, when I was teaching the master's degree students in Harvard, I had about 25 students in my class, MSc chemistry. Suddenly asked them a question. How many of you know your grandfather's name? They're surprised. How is grandfather connected to chemistry? But since the teacher asked, they all looked around and all of them raised their hand. I said, good, all of you know your grandfather's name. I paused for a moment and then asked, how many of you know your grandfather's name? Again, they looked around, only few hands went up, 4 or 5 hands. I said, good, at least 4 or 5 people know their grandfather's name. Again, paused for a moment and said, how many of you know your grandfather's name? Nobody knew. I said, I'm surprised. How is that you don't know your grandfather's name? One girl stood up and answered rudely. So what is so great for him to remember, sir? What is so great he has done? I said, Amma, cool down, sit down. I told him, if you don't remember, I'm not asking my grandfather's name. I'm asking your grandfather's name. If you don't remember, forget it. I told the class, I'm going to give you some names of some people. If you know it, raise your hand, otherwise forget about it. They were curious what names I'm going to throw. I said, do you know the name of Rama, Ayodhya Rama? They all said, yes, very good. Krishna, that Krishna, yes, everybody knew. Buddha, Mahavira, Jesus Christ, Ramakrishna, Vivekananda, Shankaracharya, Basavana, everybody knew. Then I told him I have a serious problem. I mentioned so many names from Rama to Basavana. I am not the great grandson of any one of them, but I remember all their names. But I don't remember my own grandfather's name. Why is that? Think over and tell me. I gave him 5 minutes time, and there was a beautiful, wonderful child in my class, Padmini. I can't forget her. Very sensitive child. She had tears in her eyes. I looked at her and said, what happened, Padmini? Why are you crying? She wiped her tears and told me, sir, the question that you raised is a way for my life, sir. I got a new way of life for me. I said, way of life? What is that? When she answered, it became a way of life for me. I should be grateful to that child. She said, I learned a lesson, sir. Anyone who lives for himself shall not be remembered by the world, and anyone who lives for others shall not be forgotten. Please remember, it's a wonderful message. ಅದು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ನನಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಬದುಕೋದು ಮೃತ್ಯುವಿನ ದಾರಿ, ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಬದುಕೋದು ಅಮೃತತ್ವದ ದಾರಿ ಅದು. What was the bank balance of Shankaracharya? No bank at all. All his deposits are in our hand. Morning we get up and say, Dinamapi Rajani, Sayam Prata, Shishira Vasanto, Kala. Wonderful, Bhaja Govindam. Who does not know it? It was told to us 1200 years ago, believe me, 1200 years ago, and we still remember and revere. And that man lived only 32 years. Amazing, is it not right? All that he did was giving it to us. The writer from writing the Brahma Sutra Bhashya to Upanishad Bhashya, all that he did for us, and we remember even after 1200 years. Is it not extraordinary? I don't remember the people who have stored lakhs and crores of dollars in their house. We don't know. We don't know them. But we don't know. We know definitely Shankaracharya, we know Basavana, we know Rama, we know Krishna. Krishna could have been an emperor. All the crowns of the kings were at his feet, but he never became a king. He washed the horses of his disciple, friend, and became a charioteer. To demonstrate karma is most important. Is it not right? That's not the job Krishna was supposed to do, but he did it. He was not only charioteer, but he was a driver of Arjuna's life also. So that is the beauty of life. So those who give are remembered, those who receive are not remembered.
Thank you. Next, there's a lot of questions in the chat and a lot of people with their raised hands, so please be patient. I'll try to go one by one and get to everyone. Next, Bhaskar Srinivasaya asks a question. Without getting political, can you please comment on the divided country situation in the US?
Yeah, I hear this in the newspaper, but of course, I have a son there in US. He keeps telling me about what is happening there. Yes, the situation, sir, I tell you, there are bound to be differences of opinions between people and people. One set replaces another set. There are bound to be changes. And normally what happens, as it happens in India also, I believe, when a new government comes, they take a lot of time in undoing what the previous government has done and then think of doing something new. That could also happen there. There is a I'm not very clear about what exactly the question meant. Is it that about what happens to the country when a new government takes over, or?
Let me just unmute them and they can ask themselves.
Yeah.
Hang on. Go ahead, Bhaskar, you can ask your question. I've requested them to unmute. Oh, go ahead.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇದು ಭಾಸ್ಕರ್. ಇದು ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ವಿಷಯ ಪರ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಇಂದಲ್ಲ, ಜನರ ಬಿಹೇವಿಯರ್ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಅಂಡ್
Dinesh, maybe we can move on and then come back later.
Your audio is very low. Can you come closer to the mic?
Yeah, I'm quite close to the mic. This side, yeah.
Yeah, now we can hear better. Continue. Hello? All right, I think we lost them. So
Yes.
I'm going to move to the next question. Let's see.
Can we have another 2 questions?
Sure. Raghunath Kanagal has a question.
ಸರ್ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ತಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪ್ರೆಸಿವ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಅಬೌಟ್ ಡೆಪಾಸಿಟ್, ಎಮೋಷನಲ್ ಡೆಪಾಸಿಟ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಬಹಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಅನಿಸ್ತು ನನಗೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಸೊಸೈಟಿಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಿಕ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಈ ಡೆಪಾಸಿಟ್ ನಮ್ಮದು ಇಡಕ್ ಮುಂಚೆನೆ ನಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸಿಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಕೊಡೋದು ನಮ್ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ಅಂತ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಕೋಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ ಸರ್?
ಖಂಡಿತ ಸರ್, ಖಂಡಿತ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಚಾವಟಿ ಹೊಡೆದಂಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದ ಸೇಸ್, I call that man a traitor who, having been educated at the expense of society, does not pay any heed to the society. Now we have got to give, sir, a balloon example ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ ನಾನು, ಕೊಡೋದು ನಮಗೆ ಉಪಕಾರ ಅಲ್ಲ. It is the only way to stabilize my life if I have to be happy. ನನಗೆ ಇದೇ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳೋದು ಸರ್, ಈ ದೊಡ್ಡವರು ಅಂತ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಪ್ರಪಂಚ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತೆಗೆದು ನೋಡಿ, ಇರ್ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ಸ್, ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್, ಯಾವುದೇ ಬಿಡಿ, ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ದೊಡ್ಡವ್ರು ನೆನೆಸ್ತೀವಿ ಸರ್ ನಾವಿವತ್ತು? Those who have contributed to society. ನಮ್ಮ Socrates, I love him so much. He talks in such straight and harsh terms. He said, success of a life is measured by, it is in a very beautiful way, success of a life is measured by the number of people who cry when you die. Why will people cry? Because you are emotionally attached to them. You have done something to their life, touched their lives. Those will cry. If people say he died, very good. It is the most failed life. I would say if people cry because you have done something to them, given something to them. So therefore, the most important thing is, as you said rightly, sir, ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾದದ್ದು ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ. ನಾನು ಬಾಲಕನಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಯಾರೋ ನಾನು ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು, ಕಲಿತೆ, ನಾನು ಬಡವಾಗಿದ್ದೆ ಅವಾಗ. ನಾನು ಡ್ಯೂಟಿ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತ, ದೊಡ್ಡವನು ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗಾದ್ರೂ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು, ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬನ ಹುಡುಗನಿಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬನ ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಕೊಡದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್? ನಾನು ಇರೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತಾ? ಕೊಡದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಬಹಳ ಸೆಲ್ಫಿಶ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಇಷ್ಟೇನೆ, ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಮೊದಲೇ ಸಲ, ಉಪಕಾರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಈಸ್ ಇನ್ಹೆರೆಂಟ್ ನೀಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಅ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ನಮ್ ಸ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಫೈಯಿಂಗ್ ಅವರ್ ಓನ್ ಈಗೋ, ಸ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಫೈಯಿಂಗ್ ಅವರ್ ಓನ್ ಹಾರ್ಟ್, ವೆಟ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್. ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟದ್ದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಂತೋಷ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀರಿ, ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಯಾವುದೋ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀರಿ, ಆ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಬರುವಾಗಲೇ ನೆನಪಾಗತ್ತೆ ನಿಮಗೆ, ಯಾ ಐ ಡನ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿಸ್. ದಟ್ ಕೀಪ್ಸ್ ಎ ಲಿಟಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ, ಕೀಪ್ಸ್ ಎ ಲಿಟಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾದದ್ದೇ ಸರ್, ಬೇರೆ ಹಾದಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ. ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನೋಡಿ, ಯಾರು ಮದರ್ ಥೆರೇಸಾ, ಐ ಲಿವ್ಡ್ ವಿತ್ ಹರ್ ಫಾರ್ 3 days. ಏನಪ್ಪ ಜೀವನ ಅದು ಅನ್ಸ್ಬಿಡೋದು ನನಗೆ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನಾವು ಅಂತೀವಿ ಸ್ಯಾಕ್ರಿಫೈಸು, ಸರ್ವಿಸು ಅಂತೀವಿ. ಆಕೆ ನೋಡೋ ತನಕ ನನಗೆ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಆನೆಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಆ ಹೆಣ್ಮಗಳು, ಆಕೆ ಇರೋದು, ಮನೆ ಇರೋದು ನಿರ್ಮಲ್ ಹೃದಯ ಅಂತ ಕಲ್ಕತ್ತಾದಲ್ಲಿ. ಬರೀ ಕುಷ್ಠರೋಗಿಗಳು, ಯಾರ್ಯಾರೋ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಲ್ಲ, ರಸ್ತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿದ್ದಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು. ಐ ಟೆಲ್ ಯು, ನನಗೆ ಒಂಥರ ಆಗೋದು, ಸಣ್ಣ ಹುಡುಗ ನಾನು ಅವಾಗ. ಕುಷ್ಠರು ಬಾಯಿನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಗದ್ದ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮೂಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕೈಯೆಲ್ಲ ಪಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ ತಾನೇ ಕೈ ತುತ್ತುಕೊಂಡು ಬಾಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿ ಎಂಜಲ್ ಒರೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ಲಲ್ಲ ತಾಯಿ, ನಾಟ್ ಇವನ್ ಫ್ಲಿಂಚಿಂಗ್ ಎ ಲಿಟಲ್, ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ವೈಲ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಮೈ ಗಾಡ್ಸ್, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಮೈ ಗಾಡ್ಸ್. ಆಗ ಅನಿಸ್ತು ನನಗೆ, ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ವೈ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಹರ್ ಎಸ್ ಗಾಡೆಸ್ ನೌ, ಐ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್. Right before my eyes. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡೋದು ಬಹಳ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್. ಈಗ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ನೋಡಿ, ವಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಐ ಡನ್ ಟು ಪ್ರೇಮ? ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡನ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಹರ್, ಐ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡನ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಸುಮಾ. ಅಂಡ್ Manaswani is also there, I am told. What have I done to them? I have done my simple teaching, nothing more. But the love has remained for 30 years now, 30, 40 years, 35 years. Alva? Yaha kulitu? That the affection that we share with one another has remained, nothing else. Mattond ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಪೀರಿಯಾಡಿಕ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಿ, ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು 35 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ, it still remains with the child. I feel so happy about it. I feel so happy about it. This is what makes our life beautiful, sir. Giving and contributing.
Thank you. One more question from Jaikumar Rangappa. I'll ask him to unmute.
Yes.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್.
ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು absolutely correct. I have been practicing your philosophy from the age of 10 years old.
Yes.
And my parents were very generous and they were all giving.
Yes,
And
sir. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I had to mute because there was a lot of feedback. Uncle,
Yes.
can you go away from the TV or the other device and I can unmute you again?
Yes.
Yeah,
ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
Yeah,
yeah,
ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ
that's
ಇದೆ.
better.
ಎನಿವೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದಲ್ಲಿ ಫೇಮಸ್ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ, ಪರೋಪಕಾರ ಪರಮೋ ಧರ್ಮ ಅಂತ. So what you said is been there for centuries, for millennia.
ಹೌದು
So
ಹೌದು
we are
ಸರ್.
not practicing what we have been told.
Yes, yes, correct, sir, correct. ನಮಗೆ ಯಾವತ್ತಿಂದ ಪರಂಪರೆ ಬಂದದ್ದು ಹಾಗೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಸರ್? ವೈ ಭರತ is so great to us? Why Rama is great to us? The ರಾಜ್ಯ ಈಗ ಕಾಂಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಫಾರ್ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಪವರ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ರಾಮ ನನಗ್ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಅವನು, ಭರತ ನನಗ್ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಅವನು. ಕೊಡೋದ್ರಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಕಾಂಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ನೊಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ದೇಮ್. ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ರಾಜ ಆಗಿ, ಕೊಡೋದ್ರಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ. ಭೀಷ್ಮ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ತನ್ನ ಕೊಡೋ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೋದ ಹೋಗುವತ್ತಿಗೆ. ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ಗ್ರೇಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮೈಸರ್ ಈಸ್ ಒನ್ ಹೂ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಲಿಟಲ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಡಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಶೇರ್ ವಿತ್ ಪೀಪಲ್. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕು, ಅದ್ಭುತ ಭಾಗ ಅದು ಮಹಾಭಾರತದ್ದು. ಮಹಾಭಾರತದ ಯುದ್ಧ, ಶಲ್ಯ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ, ಕರ್ಣ ಹೋದ. ಇದೇನು ಅರ್ಧ ದಿವಸದ ಯುದ್ಧ, ಗೆದ್ದು ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಖಾತ್ರಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಇವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಪಾಂಡವರಿಗೆ. ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಕೂತಾಗ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಬಹಳ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಇವರಲ್ಲಿ ನಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಧರ್ಮರಾಜ ಕೇಳಿದ, ಯಾಕೋ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಬಹಳ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ನೀನೇ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ನಮ್ಮ ನಗ್ಸೋನು, ಯಾಕೆ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಅವ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ದ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೂರ್ಖರಿದ್ದೀರಿ ನೀವು, ಸೂರ್ಯ ಮುಣುಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ, ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಚ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೂತಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಎಂದ. ಆಗ ಅರ್ಜುನ್ ಹೇಳ್ದ, ಹೌದು ದಿನ ಮುಣುಗ್ತಾನೆ ಸೂರ್ಯ, ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ್ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲು, ನಾಳೆ ಬರ್ತಾನಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಅವನು ಅರ್ಜುನ ಬೈತಾನೆ, ಮೂರ್ಖ ಇದ್ದೀಯ ನೀನು, ನಾನು ಈ ಸೂರ್ಯನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲಯ್ಯ, ಜ್ಞಾನ ಸೂರ್ಯ ಮುಳುಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆತನದ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಸೂರ್ಯ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಭೀಷ್ಮ. ಉತ್ತರಾಯಣ ಪರ್ವಕಾಲ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ, ದೇಹ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಅವನು ಇರೋ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಿ ನೀವು, ಹೋಗಿ ಬಿಡ್ಕೊಳ್ರಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಅದನ್ನ ಅಂತ ತಾನಾಗಿ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ತಾನೆ. ಭೀಷ್ಮನಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ನೋಡು ಭೀಷ್ಮ, ಇವ್ರ ಮನೆ ಪಿತಾಮಹ ನೀನು, ನಿನಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಷ್ಟು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀನು ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋದನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಚೂರು ಬಿಡದೆ ನಿರ್ವಂಚನೆಯಿಂದ ಧರ್ಮರಾಜನಿಗೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದನ. ನೀ ಹೇಳದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅಪರಾಧಿ ಆಗ್ತೀಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಮಹಾಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ. ಎಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಾತಲ್ಲ. ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋದನ್ನ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡೋದಲ್ಲ, ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಹಂಚದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೃತಜ್ಞರಾಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಹಂಚೋದು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಆದ್ರೂ ಹಂಚ್ಬೋದು. ಜ್ಞಾನ ಹಂಚಿ, ವಿಷಯ ಹಂಚಿ, ಸುದ್ದಿ ಹಂಚಿ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಸುದ್ದಿ ಹಂಚಿ, ರಾಂಗ್ ಸುದ್ದಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಸುದ್ದಿ ಹಂಚಿ. ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ our life becomes so beautiful and sublime.
Thanks. Just a few more cleanup. Bhaskar Srinivasa had a question earlier, so he's clarifying because he's had microphone issues. He's saying his question was with human beings' behavior and how the attitude of giving of Americans is now muted because of the current political climate.
Yeah.
So do you have any comment on that?
Yeah. Because, normally I see they have a very good tendency to donate and for charities. A lot of money goes to charities. But now this pandemic perhaps has shaken some of them, because whatever they thought would help them has dissolved now, and suddenly they run short of it. Only we understand the value of money or whatever we have only when we run short of it. Only when we run short of it. Probably that is one worry. But my feeling is the basic structure of the Western world is the tendency to donate, tendency to charity. In India, we have a very, very possessive character. We save money for our children and the grandchildren and the great-grandchildren, make assets for all of them. But that is not so much in the Western world. But this is a small temporary setback, I feel. Once you come back into normal life, perhaps the normal behavior will come back.
Thank you. And someone requested that you repeat the Swami Vivekananda quote again that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah. Shall I repeat that?
Yes, please.
I call that man a traitor. I call that man a traitor who, having been educated at the expense of society, pays no heed to society. He got so much from society but does not give it back in return. He calls him a traitor.
All right, thank you. And if people want to contact you or watch more of your lectures, can you please tell us how we could do that?
In fact, there's a small YouTube channel made by my students. They're all students of IITs and IIMs. Once I gave a lecture to them on a topic. Some fellow was crying, "Sir, we don't get opportunities, only big fellows take opportunities. We don't get." I said, "Shut up. Never cry that opportunities are not there. Nobody provides you opportunities on a plate and say, take one. You have to go and find out yourself. If Kalam can become the president of India, K.R. Narayanan could become the president of India from absolute poverty. What is your problem? You're not worked hard enough. Don't complain that opportunities are not there. You're not worked hard enough." So therefore, I gave a lecture. Knowledge is spherical. Knowledge is spherical. It's equidistant from the center. Every point in the periphery is at the same distance at the center. So I gave a lecture and the boys and girls were very happy. They have named this YouTube as Knowledge is Spherical. Knowledge is Spherical. You can go and type that in the YouTube. You get at least about 600 to 700 videos of mine on various aspects from Veda Vyasa to Dara Bendre. Whatever little I know, I have shared there.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I think that concludes this program. I want to thank Dr. Karajagi for giving all of us the benefit of his experience and his knowledge. Your bank account is definitely more full today than it was at the beginning. So thank you very much. We greatly appreciate your lecture. And we hope to hear from you again. I think many people are going to be checking out your YouTube channel. And I hope we could have this pleasure again in the near future.
Thank you so much. I'll be there, sir. It's my delight to participate in any activity of this kind. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Prema, please, can you lead us into the next part of the program?
I just send a, okay.
Okay, yeah, now we can unmute ourselves.
I wanted to take a photo with him. Has he left now? I think he has.
Dr. Karajagi, are you still there?
No,
No,
that's
I
why I
think
was requesting to unmute. But anyway,
Like,
is it possible to call him back?
I took
Because
his picture when he was talking. I have his picture.
yeah, I did. I took.
I will email it to you. You can Photoshop it into this.
I hope so. I hope I can do it. Okay, all right. I just want to tell, we are going to take another photo. Maybe we can give 5 minutes for people to arrange their lights, and turn on the video. Maybe, what time is it now? Are we breaking now?
Wait. Prema, she's going to announce the next topic.
Okay, and then, maybe when we come back, we can start with taking the photo. Is that okay?
Yeah.
With everyone?
There's no break yet. Wait, Prema, go ahead, please.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay. Our next program, because I am also blown away with the speech and everything. So the next program is Carnatic Classical by Dhanya Dinesh. And the introduction of the artist will be done by Sudarshan.
So before we start the program, I think they want to take the picture.
Yes, we can do that quickly
after the
and then
introduction.
get to the concert.
So let them introduce the artist once before concert starts, we can take the picture.
Okay, before the concert starts. Okay, all right, thank you. Let's do that.
So Sudarshan, go ahead, introduce the artist.
Ganesh, okay. All right. Can you see me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, so today's concert is by Dhanya, Dinesh, Rudrapatna and team. Vishwanath, Mattur, who accompanied the artist yesterday, will again be accompanying on the violin, and Gurudutt will be playing the mridanga. So one change to the format because of just some of the technical issues. What Dhanya has done is the concert was conducted about the same time here in the US, in India, in the morning, and so what will happen once I give the floor to Dhanya is that she's going to play the concert that was conducted live this morning in India, just to ensure that we don't have any technical issues, and also about the time of day right now in India. So having said that, it's my pleasure to welcome the team. So first, talking about Dhanya, she hails from Sangeetha Grama, Rudrapatna, and started her training in music at an early age from Vidushi Geeta Vasant and Vidushi Shanta Narsimhan in Bangalore. And she continued her advanced training under Vidwan Neyveli R. Santana Gopalan. And she is presently under the guidance of Vidwan Delhi P. Sundararajan, also from Chennai. These are highly renowned musicians in India. She secured the second rank in the Karnataka State Vocal Classical Music Exams. She is a B grade artist of All India Radio. And she has been performing for several years now. She has given many stage performances. She has done performance at the annual Sangeetotsava in Rudrapatna, at several prestigious venues in Bangalore, Mysore, Chennai, and has also given several online concerts for various musical organizations and sabhas. She is the recipient of several awards, including the Bangalore Gayana Samaja Annual Music Award and collegiate competitions. Please welcome Dhanya Rudrapatna. Ganesh, maybe if you can pass the focus on her for a moment.
Are we taking the photograph now?
Not yet, not yet. No, I was just saying, maybe, or maybe I'll finish the introductions and then go to Dhanya.
Okay.
Okay, accompanying Dhanya on the violin is Vishwajit Mattur, whom we introduced yesterday as well. Vishwajit has been learning the violin from Vidwan H.K. Subrao and Vidwan H.V. Raghuram, and also he is learning vocal music from Vidushi Rajeshwari Nagendra Prakash and Vidwan R.N. Tyagarajan. He has accompanied many senior artists in India and abroad, and he also performs duet violin with Kartikeya Ramachandra. Please welcome Vishwajit Mattur. Finally, on the mridanga, we have K.R. Gurudutt. Gurudutt has been learning mridanga for the past 4.5 years from Vidwan G.S. Nagraj of Bangalore. He's a software engineer by profession and works for company Informatica. Please welcome Gurudutt to this concert. So Ganesh, maybe we can just have a brief, maybe we can do the picture now and then we can give the floor to Dhanya.
Hopefully you can, I have spotlighted all four of you. So Sudarshan, Dhanya, Vishwajit, and Gurudutt. Hopefully everyone can see all of the artists.
Yeah, we can see everyone, but we thought, okay, we'll take a quick photo.
Yes.
If everyone turns on their video, I'm going to just wait for about 20 seconds. Arun has turned off. Arun has come back. That's good. Bhaskar Srinivasaya has turned off. So at least the first frame, let's have everyone. Bhaskar, do you want to turn it on? Or video?
He just stepped
okay,
out.
all right. No, yeah,
it's okay. Whoever is there, we take.
So, exactly. So 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, I think Kumaraswamy was still adjusting, so I'm going to do once more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, second frame. Just a minute. Okay, second frame. Please smile. 3, 2, 1. Third frame. Nobody. Okay, we're done. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Sudarshan, please continue.
Ganesh, can we pass the baton to Dhanya?
Yes.
Can spotlight her.
Go ahead, Dhanya, you're on. You're unmuted. You can talk. Oh, we can't hear you. Your mic must be off.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah. Namaskaram. I'm very happy to be a part of NASA Guru 2020. As Sudarshan sir mentioned, we have conducted the Kacheri today morning, and we will be playing it for you right now. And my co-artists are also there in the session, Vishwanath and Gurudutt. So I'll just play the concert. So do I have the access to share screen?
You do now, yes.
Yeah.
Ellarku namaskaram and good morning. This is Dhanya Dinesh Rudrapatna from Bangalore. With me today on the violin is Vidwan Mattur, and on the mridangam is Vidwan Gurudutt KR. We would like to thank NASA for giving us this opportunity to perform for Chiguru 2020 annual cultural festival. We will begin the concert with a Varnam set to Adi Talam, a composition of Shri T.R. Subramaniam sir. ಕೋಟಿ ಸುಂದರ ರೂಪ ಮದ ಮಗ 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 ಮನಿ ದಸಾಟಿಲೆ ಮಾರ ಕೋಟಿ ಪಾರಿ ಮಗರಿ ನಿದ ಸನಿ ಗರಿ ಮಗ ಮಗ ಪಮನಿ ದ ಸನಿ ಗರಿ ಕೋಟಿ ಸುಂದರ ರೂಪ ಸನಿ ದ ಪಮ ಬನಿ ದ ಪಮ ಬದ ಪಮ 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 ಗಮ ಸನಿ ದ ಗಮ ಸನಿ ದ ಪನಿ ಸ ಗ ಪಮ ಸ ಗ ಮ ಪನಿ ದ ನಿ ಪದ ನಿ ರಿ ನಿ ದ ಗಮ ಪದ ಗಮ ಪನಿ ಗಮ ಪ ಸಾಟಿಲೆ ಮಾರ ಕೋಟಿ ಸುಂದರ ರೂಪದ ನಿ ರಿ ನಿ ದ ಪಮ ದ ಮ ಗ ಪ ದ ನಿ ರಿ ನಿ ದ ಪಮ ದ ಮ ಗ ಪ ಸನಿ ಸ ಮ ಗ ಪ ಮ ನಿ ದ ಸನಿ ಮ ಮ ಪ ದ ಮ ಗರಿ ಪ ಮ ಗ ಸನಿ ದ ನಿ ರಿ ಸ ದ ನಿ ರಿ ನಿ ದ ಪ ಮ ದ ಮ ಗ ಪ ಸನಿ ಸ ಮ ಗ ಪ ಮ ನಿ ದ ಸನಿ ಮ ಮ ಪ ದ ಮ ಗರಿ ಪ ಮ ಗ ಸನಿ ದ ನಿ ರಿ ಸ ಪ ಮ ಗ ರಿ ಗ ಸ ಸನಿ ದ ನಿ ದ ಪ ಪ ಮ ಗ ಮ ಗ ನಿ ಸ ಮ ಗ ಸ ಮ ಗ ಸ ಮ ಗ ಸ ನಿ ದ ಮ ನಿ ದ ಮ ನಿ ದ ಮ ಸನಿ ಪ ಸನಿ ಪ ಸಾಟಿಲೆ ನಿ ಮಾರ ಕೋಟಿ ಸುಂದರ ರೂಪ ಸಾಟಿಲೆ ನಿ ಮಾರ ಕೋಟಿ ಸುಂದರ ರೂಪ ಸಾಟಿಲೆ ನಿ ಮಾರ ಕೋಟಿ ಸುಂದರ That was a Varnam in the Ragam Behag. సంగీత జ్ఞానము సంగీత జ్ఞానము భక్తి వినా 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 సన్మార్గము గలదే మనస సంగీత జ్ఞానము సన్మార్గము గలదే మనస సంగీత జ్ఞానము భక్తి వినా సన్మార్గము గలదే మనస సంగీత జ్ఞానము భక్తి వినా సన్మార్గము గలదే మనస సంగీత జ్ఞానము తెలుసును జగమును న్యాయ న్యాయము తెలుసును జగమును మాయమయమని తెలుసును న్యాయ న్యాయము మాయమయమని తెలుసును న్యాయ న్యాయము తెలుసును జగమును మాయమయమని తెలుసును దోణ కాయజాది షట్రిపూర్ల జయ జయ కాయజాది షట్రిపూర్ల జయ జయ కాయజాది షట్రిపూర్ల జయ జయ కార్యము తెలుసును త్యాగరాజునికి కాయజాది షట్రిపూర్ల జయ జయ కార్యము తెలుసును త్యాగరాజునికి సంగీత జ్ఞానము భక్తి వినా సన్మార్గము గలదే మనస సంగీత జ్ఞానము That was Sangeeta Gnanamu in the Ragam Dhanyasi, a composition of Sri Tyagaraja, set to Aditalam. In the ragam Karaharapriya, we will be presenting Kori Sevimparare, a composition of Sri Tyagaraja, Kovuru Pancharatnam, set to Aditalam.
Jaya
విరులారో విరుల చేపోదే மறைமூர்த்தி கண்ணா குறையொன்றும் இல்லை கண்ணா குறையொன்றும் இல்லை கோவிந்தா குறையொன்றும் இல்லை மறைமூர்த்தி கண்ணா குறையொன்றும் இல்லை கண்ணா குறையொன்றும் இல்லை கோவிந்தா கண்ணுக்கு தெரியாமல் நிற்கின்றாய் கண்ணா கண்ணுக்கு தெரியாமல் நின்றாலும் எனக்கு குறையொன்றும் இல்லை மறைமூர்த்தி கண்ணா வேண்டியதை தந்திட வெங்கடேசன் நின்றிருக்க வேண்டியது வேறில்லை மறைமூர்த்தி கண்ணா மணிவண்ணா மலையம் கோவிந்தா 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 திரையில் நிற்கின்ற கண்ணா கண்ணா திரையில் நிற்கின்ற கண்ணா உன்னை மறைவோரும் ஞானியர் மட்டுமே காண்பாய் திரையில் நிற்கின்றாய் கண்ணா உன்னை மறையோரும் ஞானியர் மட்டுமே காண்பாய் என்றாலும் குறையொன்றும் எனக்கில்லை கண்ணா என்றாலும் குறையொன்றும் எனக்கில்லை கண்ணா குன்றின் மேல் கல்லாகி நிற்கிற வரதா குன்றின் மேல் கல்லாகி நிற்கிற வரதா குறையொன்றும் இல்லை மறைமூர்த்தி கண்ணா குறையொன்றும் இல்லை மறைமூர்த்தி கண்ணா மணிவண்ணா மலையப்பா கோவிந்தா 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 கலிநாளுக்கு இறங்கி கல்லிலே இறங்கி நிலையாக கோயிலில் நிற்கின்றாய் சிவா கலிநாளுக்கு இறங்கி கல்லிலே இறங்கி நிலையாக கோயிலில் நிற்கின்றாய் கேசவா குறையொன்றும் இல்லை மறைமூர்த்தி கண்ணா யாதும் மறுக்காத மலையப்பா யாதும் மறுக்காத மலையப்பா மார்பில் ஏதும் தர நிற்கும் கருணை கடலல்லை எல்கும் இருந்திட ஏகு குறை எனக்கு ஏகும் இருந்திட ஏது குறை எனக்கு ஒன்றும் குறையில்லை மறைமூர்த்தி கண்ணா ஒன்றும் குறையில்லை மறைமூர்த்தி கண்ணா மணிவண்ணா மலையப்பா கோவிந்தா 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 गीत धुनि को तक धीम न द्रगित तो नाच रही गौर नितम तेरे तेरा गीत धुनि को तक धीम न द्रगित तो नाच रही गौर नितम तेरे तेरा गीत धुनि को तक धीम आज मायल कहो जनन जनन बाज मायल कहो जनन जनन बाज मायल कहो जनन 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 तुम जनन 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 गीत धुनि को दगदी बाज मायल कहो जनन 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 तुम जनन 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 तुम जनन 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 गीत धुनि को दगदी तान गावे That was a Tillana in the Ragam Dhanashri. Before that was Kurayandru Millai, composition of Sri Rajagopalachari. Namaskarams and thank you all for joining us to watch our concert. I would again like to thank Prema Keshavanti for giving us this opportunity to perform for NASA Chiguru 2020. Thank you once again and namaskar.
Thank you. Hi, Prema. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes. Thank you, Dhanya and the team for the wonderful performance. It was great.
Namaskaram, Auntie. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you for performing to NASA. We all enjoyed it.
A lot of
Thank
comments
you.
on the chat room on how well it was. So thank you. A lot of people have expressed their comments and appreciation for what you guys have done.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now Amrita will say a few sentences about the concert.
Oh, what a wonderful concert. Did you hear Prema saying few sentences? So it is, justifiably so really, I get carried away when I hear a concert like this. This was too good. Very, very amazing, beautiful concert. We could see the chemistry between three of you. You were enjoying so much, Dhanya. And we have another artist today, just like yesterday, with the same last name, Rudrapatna, an accredited name, probably synonymous with the Carnatic music. She's also an engineer. At some point, I think she was being pressured to quit engineering and just to do music. I'm glad she's doing both. Actually, last year, I think, around this time, the end of December, when we went to Chennai for the music season, you all know Subramaniam, Sri Subramaniam, that is our Shashank, flutist Shashank's father. I would say he's a real Sankethi, a very eminent Sankethi, Subramaniam. And he had invited us to their house to meet Dhanya. And he was raving about Dhanya, and her music and all. And when Subramaniam raves about an artist, it is, the bar is too high, so. And of course, we were very happy to meet you and your parents very humbly. And you also sang Pibare Ramarasam at that time. That was so beautiful, amazing rendition of Pibare Ramarasam with so many Sangathis, in that time in an informal setting. And that time I was really thinking how, how nice it would be that if the Dhanya could perform for our NASA one day. I wish we could really see you in live on the stage here, but I guess this is the next best thing, for that. So that's wonderful. And Dhanya is really truly blessed with a beautiful voice. I think she can go 4 octaves, even beyond the higher sa, I think. And, her talent, her mastery, really, really amazing. It was wonderful. Even beyond all this internet, little discrepancies, we really enjoyed thoroughly. I can go on talking about, the concert today. Of course, she starts with a beautiful Varnam. This is not that commonly heard, actually, Behag. And then she goes to Sangeeta Jnanamu in Dhanyasi, and of course, that was filled with Bhakti Rasa. And then Kararapriya, it is very tough ragam to play or sing, actually. And she chose the very rare composition of Tyagaraja Swami, Kori Sevam Parare, and she did a wonderful justice. I know she has learned from Sri Naiveli Santanu sir, and he is a very well-respected guru, among all the music. He's a musician's musician, actually. And he's also a Vainika, and I understand you are learning from Delhi Sundarajan now is another brilliant vocalist and a violinist, so wonderful. You have great, future in the music. You're going to definitely reach great heights. We wish you the very, very best. We wishing you the very, very best. NASA is wishing you, and hopefully one day you can come here and we all can enjoy for longer time. Even one.
Thank you. Yeah, that'll be a privilege for me. Thank you so much.
In 1 hour, I don't know if you squeezed out all the whole songs and the concert format. Like you you just presented the whole thing. It was so wonderful. Even beyond all this, the internet problems, I wish you could have played live. I think it could have been even, better in terms of audio, but didn't matter to us. We heard you beyond all this. And thank you so much, Dhanya. That was a wonderful performance.
Thank you so much.
Please give her a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
And next, Vishwajit violinist, our violinist from yesterday. He is another very humble artist. He sends me 2 lines of biodata, when we ask him, and he's such an accomplished violinist and a vocalist. And he's also learning from Sri Tyagarajan sir, our own Tyagarajan, who is really a gold. There's no glitter or glamour. It is all Carnatic music to the core. He's learning from vocal from them, and you could hear him how beautifully he was following Dhanya like a shadow. And his Kalpanaswarams are really very meaningful, very rhyming. I really was attracted to his way of playing and his Kalpanaswarams and all. I think he following a Lalgudi Bani that he learned from Lalgudi's students probably, and it's wonderful. Thank you, Vishwajit, and wishing you the very best. Hopefully, we'll be able to hear you again someday here. And please give him a big round of applause, Vishwajit, on the violin. And next, we have Gurudutt, right? Today we had Gurudutt, who is really a software engineer by profession. I don't know how they do it to come to this performing level with this artist is not easy. It really requires a lot of hard work and patience and Shraddha. And thank you, Gurudutt. He was really very well fitting. The Tani Avartanam, he really made it really short and sweet because of the time, of course. So hopefully we will get to hear all of you again on the stage. You youngsters, you are making, you all 3 of you were really enjoying. So that makes it that much more enjoyable for us as in the audience. So that was wonderful. We all enjoyed very much. And thank you for being a part of our NASA this year. And hopefully we'll get to hear you all again in person. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Dhanya, Anantha Kote and Cholo. Dhanya is my close friend, engineering classmate Dinesh's daughter. So, Dinesh's family for a long time. Him and I, we went to school together for 7 years. So, Kote and Chola, man.
Yes.
One more thing I
Definitely.
want to add. One thing I want to add. Subramaniam, he was so much looking forward to joining this concert. Can you hear? Okay. Subramaniam, who is raving about Dhanya, was so much looking forward to this concert. He wanted to join this. I sent him the link. Unfortunately, he's down with some sickness, and hopefully he'll be home soon. And we'll definitely send him your link, your record, and you'll be enjoying. And please, when you talk to him, please say hello. And we really missed him today at this concert. Okay.
Thank you. Prema?
Yes. Okay. Our next program is KSS Sankethi, Kowshika Sankethi Sangha President President Aikarva, Mr. Anantha is going to talk. Okay. So please welcome Mr. Anantha Avala Nasathik.
We can't hear you. Is your microphone on? I see you're unmuted, but for some reason we can't hear you.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಮಾತಾಡಿ.
ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. Oh, okay. We can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Can I begin?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Namaskaram. Before I begin my speech, I want to specially thank the organizers for putting my program after Gururaj's presentation, and to Mr. Gururaj for creating a fertile atmosphere in the minds of the listeners with the theme which happens to be the core of my speech. Thank you, Gururaj. Thank you, organizers. Good morning. Ellarku namaskaru and my pranams to the elders. I am Anantha MN, President Kowshika Sankethi Sangha, speaking to you from Bangalore. I am the son of Mr. M.R. Nanjundaya, who was active with the Sangha activities in the early 70s. Even after 20 years of his passing away, I am still recognized in the villages today as Nanjundaya's son. That speaks so much about my contribution to the institution after working for 20 years. Firstly, I would like to greet NASA members and the guests on this wonderful day. It's a special day to us also because NASA and KSS have just about entered into an understanding to work together for the cause of the needy Sankethi community in India. In a way, it's a new beginning in the life of KSS and NASA. KSS has grown hugely over the last few decades. Its growth has been exponential in the last 25 years. The growth story of KSS in the last 75 years is very lucidly presented in the video already sent to you. It is now added with English subtitles for the benefit of those who cannot understand Kannada. My apologies for the omission in not highlighting the NASA support to Kowshika Sankethi Sangha in the last 2 decades. We will make good this lapse in the next edition. My appeal to the second and third generation Sankethis, particularly those in North America, is to kindly view it and get connected with the Sankethi community and their life in general. It would be wonderful for you to get connected with your roots in this country and see what you can do for the needy. Kowshika Sankethi Sangha operates at 4 cities in the state of Karnataka in India: Bangalore, Mysore, Hassan, and Shivamogga. It runs 8 student hostels, 4 for boys, 4 for girls, totaling to 200 students. It runs an old age home at Bangalore for 15 persons and a community hall to accommodate 150 people at subsidized rates, and in addition, distributes scholarships and old age pension of about $40,000 every year. KSS is now embarking on what is the biggest project in the history of this institution, a near $1 million project at Mysore. It comprises of a new boys hostel for 35 students and a community hall for 450 persons. We are short of the requirement of funds by about $400,000 as on today. Particularly, we need sponsors for the seminar hall at $100,000 and the dining hall at about $75,000. The hostel project was completed last year. The community hall project is in full swing, is expected to be completed in 15 months by early 2022. Sri Natesh Magge and Tandav Magge families, Dr. Vasanta Madhavan, are helping these projects in a big way. We have decided to name the boys hostel after the institution founder, Dr. B.K. Narayan Rao, and the community hall after the community founder, Srimati Nacharamma. To me personally, the noblest act of KSS has been the concern and attention shown for the old in the community. We run an old age home at Bangalore for 15 persons. Everything, boarding, lodging, admission is 100% free. We are running it for 22 years. Not one inmate has left the home in the last 22 years for the reason of inconvenience. The first inmate, Srimati Gauramma, who joined the home 22 years ago, died at home last year at the age of 103. We have performed final rites and cremation of the inmates when the families declined. Only 3 days ago, an inmate died with no family and we performed his last rites and cremation. Dr. Sridhar Rao, grandson of our founder, Dr. B.K. Narayan Rao, is reimbursing the cost of medical expenses of the old age home for the last 15 years. The Senior Citizen Support Scheme, what we call the Old Age Pension Scheme, started in 1995 with $2 for 5 persons. Today, we distribute $15 for 150 people, 100 of them women, poor, old, very old, widows, disabled, living as dependents in villages and towns, but having no income of any kind to meet their even bare minimum needs. A new problem that has surfaced in the recent times is the problem of medical expenses of the old. Early 2000, under the guidance of Sri Natesh, a scheme called Emergency Relief Fund and Disability Relief Fund was in operation, which benefited many people. If that scheme can be revived, it would be of great help. The student scholarship scheme, where we distribute scholarships to 250 students every year, is about less than 20% of the requirement of a student in a year. If more donations come, we can enhance this amount. I will now tell you about very important developments in this institution in the last 2 years. The most important and significant development in the last 2 years is this: the KSS-NASA agreement. To me, it is like a joint Sankethi families coming together for a common cause. It's almost like East meeting the West. The highlight of 2019 was that we got FCRA registration, Foreign Currency Regulation Act, from the Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. With this, we are now in a position to receive donations in foreign currency directly to our bank account for our charitable activities. This was obtained after severe grilling for about 6 months by the home officials who visited all our sites, verified the activities, balance sheets, and then granted this to us. Microsoft Corporation, after due diligence, has given us the eligibility tag for their matching program campaign, under which any Microsoft employee anywhere in the world, when he donates to KSS, Microsoft will give a matching equal amount as donation to KSS. If your employer has similar schemes, you may kindly try this for us. Mr. Yogacharya Keshavamurthy, an 81-year-old Sankethi at Mysore, an ex-hostelite, has given his house and site as donation to Kowshika Sankethi Sangha this year. We are committed to look after him till his end. We hope to start an old age home at this premises in due course. Our next project is a similar community hall project at Hassan, starting somewhere by end of 2022. I will now tell you 1 or 2 instances of exemplary selfless service by my team members. The ongoing Mysore project is headed by Sri P.M. Subbaraya, nearing 80, and his team members who are in their mid-70s. They have worked relentlessly in the last 8 months during the COVID times, risking their lives to ensure that no time is lost in the commencement of the project. The second instance is at the old age home at Bangalore. In October, the old age home was engulfed with COVID fire. All the 15 inmates tested positive for COVID. There was panic. There was no way we could go near the old age home. The in-charge Srimati Shamala Shankar and her team took charge of the crisis, worked 24/7 for 45 days from their home, made sure that everyone is admitted to hospitals, given the right treatment, medication, food, and brought back safely to the old age home after recovery. There has been no casualty. Seeing them perform their duties appeared that they were serving their parents. It makes me immensely privileged and blessed to have such members in my team. Poverty levels in the community has come down in the recent decades, but poverty very much exists now. You only have to visit villages to experience this. Kowshika Sankethi Sangha has one and only one objective: to do anything possible to bring about some small but positive change in the lives of these deprived men, women, and students, so that their tomorrow is better than today. The Sankethi population is dwindling. In 15 to 20 years from now, there may not be Sankethis, many who will seek our help. So it is now that if anything we want to do to help them in their problems. Some of you who are well placed in life now may have been ex-hostelites or may have taken some help from this institution in your formative years. We are very happy that the Sangha could provide that support to you. Our request is to please see what is possible for you to reciprocate. Kowshika Sankethi Sangha is for the Sankethis and by the Sankethis. Not $1 comes to us from any other source. Every beneficiary, if you trace back 75 years, would be in some way or the other a member of our extended family. The managing committee of the Kowshika Sankethi Sangha operates on the principle of consensus wisdom, consensus responsibility, consensus accountability, consensus decision making. No single person makes decisions here. Every dollar that you make for a cause that you ascribe. We have rules, procedures, systems, bylaws in place that any issue follows a certain procedure in the decision-making process. Finally, I want to thank the NASA board, the past presidents, in particular, Srimati Prema and Sri Ganesh Rao, for fructifying our effort of 20 years for this agreement. They have rightly identified the causes that need your immediate attention. We are thankful to all the past donors in this regard. My appeal to you with folded hands, please donate whatever is possible by you to whatever cause that comes close to your heart, but please do it now. I'm very thankful for giving me this opportunity to speak to you and for your patient hearing. Thank you very much. I wish you a very happy new year in advance. Good day. Namaskar.
Thank you.
I can take a few questions if there is time and if somebody has.
Yes. People, if you have a question, you can raise hand and I can unmute you, or you can ask it in the chat. Are there any questions?
Hey Ganesh, this is Lalita. May I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Namaskara. Yan peri Lalita ondute. Yan topnad peri Ashwat Narayana ondute. ವರ್ಷದ ಸಂಕೇತಗಳು ವಾರ್ಸಲ್ದು ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮನ್ಸಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವಾರ್ಸಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರಾನೆ
నా ఊళ్ళకి సంకేతిల ఉత్తరు కూడని యు మస్ట్ యాక్సెప్ట్ దట్
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೊ ಎಂಕ್ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ರಾಂದಿ ಇಪ್ಪೋ ನಿಂಬೆ ಕನ್ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಂದುಟ್ಟಿ ಚಲಾಣಿಂದ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಓದಿ ಇಂಡಕ ಇಪ್ಪೋ ಬೆಟ್ಟತ್ಪುರ್ ಸಂಕೇತಿ ಸಂಘದ ಜೊತೆ ನಿಂಬೆ ಕನ್ಸೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಪಣ್ಣಂಡ್ರಾಂಡಿಗ್ಲ ಅತ್ತ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದ್ನೇ ಬೇ ಬೆಟ್ಟತ್ಪುರ್ ಸಂಕೇತಿ ಜನ ಇಕ್ಕರ್ದಿ ಉಂಡೆ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಉಳ್ಳೆ ಮೂರನೇ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಓದಿ ಅಂಡಕ ಓದಾರು ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ರಾಂದ ಬೆಟ್ಟತ್ಪುರ್ ಸಂಕೇತಿ ಉಳ್ಳೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಚಾ ಕೋಳತ್ತ
Cholva, is that question acha? Okay. Maybe I don't know if my answers will ungalake purti convince anta gottilla. I will answer that. First, the unification effort of the Kowshika Pettatpura Sanketis together has been going on for nearly 25 years. For one reason or the other, I'm also not clear what the reasons are, but it has not happened. That's the answer to the first question. The second question, Sankethi Sangathalle Bettatpura Sankethi and Kowshika Sankethi annara pair illiye illa. As far as we are concerned, Bettatpura Sankethi is a Kowshika Sankethi as far as all facilities in the Kowshika Sankethi Sangha is concerned. For example, the old age home is strictly restricted for Sanketis, but Bettatpura Sankethis are Kowshika Sankethis there. So we do not distinguish as far as we are concerned. So the unification has already taken place in spirit and action. It's only on paper, probably it has not, but we just do not even know whether you are a Bettatpura or a Kowshika Sankethi. And the thinking line illa. Every Bettatpura Sankethi is most welcome to be a member of our institution, our Sankethi Sangha. Nane chollintile, I hope something makes some answers for you.
ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಏನಾರು ನೀವು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಎಷ್ಟ್ ಜನ ಬೆಟ್ಟತ್ಪುರ್ ಸಂಕೇತಿ ಬಂದಿರ್ಬೋದು ನಿಮ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ
அந்த டேட்டா எங்கிட்ட படையில இல்லம்மா பரங்கோ இப்போ நான் ஒருத்தர் ஹாத்துக்கு போனாக்கா ಅಥವಾ ದಾರಾಲು ಡೊನೇಷನ್ ಅವಿಲೇ ಕೊಡ್ತಾಕ sometimes donations come from some sources, sometimes from abroad. ನಂಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ದಾರಿಯು ನೀ ಬೆಟ್ಟತ್ಪುರಮ ಕೌಶಿಕಮ ಅಂತ ಕೋಳಲ್ಲು because that's not in our mind at all in the first place. ನಿಂಗ ಬೆಟ್ಟತ್ಪುರು ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಕೌಶಿಕ ಅಂದ್ರದ್ದು ಎಂಗಡ ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. So where is the question of finding out what percentage is Bettatpura Rani? Ellaru Kaushikave, ellaru, everybody has become a part of our family. That's the way, that's how we look at it.
Thank you.
Anantha, one quick comment. Namaskaro, very excellent presentation. Sridhar.
Thank you, Sridhar. Thank you. You have been my guide when I was a general secretary.
Oh my God.
Thank you so much. I can't forget you. Tell me, sir.
Very nicely presented. I think,
thank you.
As you said, Gururaja Vade, virtually, it is a very nice prelude to what you presented. We truly believe.
Correct.
It's a very for all of us here to support you. I think Ranjit, I asked a very good question. I just didn't want to lose track of that. The Microsoft matching program, is that in India or is it meant to be international? Was the question.
All over the world.
Okay, good point.
Anywhere in the world, Microsoft, not only Microsoft, if for example, if we have Google employees in NASA families there, Google has a matching program arrangement, we know. If somebody can work it out for us, we will fulfill all the formalities and we could join that program. So it's all over the world, Bangalore, India, all over the world.
Thank you. Thank you. Ganesh, sorry I went around you.
No, that's okay. You could go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah.
There was another question. It was about your Microsoft link up. Is that Microsoft India or is that Microsoft in the US? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
It's Microsoft Corporation anywhere in the world. For example, the Microsoft collaboration was initiated and facilitated by the Microsoft employee who is a Kowshika Sankethi in Bangalore called Shankar Shastri, who helped us with getting our registration done. We are now receiving donations from Microsoft USA. Already 2 donations have come in. So it applies to Microsoft Corporation all over the world. They have an arrangement where the Microsoft has created an intermediary like NASA called NASCOM. It's like NASA is the intermediary between Sankethi donors in the US and Kowshika Sankethi Sangha. The donors donate to NASA, NASA gives them the receipt. The NASA gives us the donations and we give NASA the receipt. Exactly the same arrangement. Microsoft Corporation, donations from the employees go to NASCOM. NASCOM process that money to in Kowshika Sankethi Sangha. We issue the receipt to NASCOM. That's the way it works.
Thank you. And I know that there are US companies that
Yes.
will match any donation made to any 501c3. NASA is a 501c3. So if you donate to NASA and your company has such a program, they will also match.
Yeah, thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, I do have.
Go ahead.
Namaskara, yen per Ashok Rudrapatna note.
Please.
The reply, Laltan Cholende, was very encouraging. I'm very happy to hear that we should think of ourselves as Sankethis primarily, not as Kowshik Sankethi or Betatpur Sankethi. And it is just a follow-up. Ning Cholende, that when anybody who applies for any benefit, old age home or otherwise, that it is you don't ask what type of Sankethi you are, and you admit all Sanketis, and it's fully available to all. So 2 questions. Number 1, how do you know who's Sankethi? Please, can you say a few words in Sankethi? How do you know who's Sankethi or not? That's one question. Second question is that how do people in general know about the benefits that Kowshik Sankethi Sangha offers? I would assume that by and large the Kowshik Sankethi community comes to know through the publications that Kowshik Sankethi Sangha puts out. But how do the larger Sankethi community come to know about all the facilities, old age home, hostel facilities, and other facilities that you offer? So 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll answer that. First of all, Kowshika Sankethi Sangha, every single facility, be it hostel admission, be it old age home admission, be it scholarships, be it medical aid, every single facility available to a Kowshika Sankethi is equally available to a Betatpura Sankethi. So we don't even want that prefix to come into the picture while dealing with the Sankethi Sangha. For all purposes, it is called the Sankethi Sangha only.
Very good.
Number 2, the question about finding out, how do you find out whether you are a Sankethi or not? I would assume that until now, at least in my experience of 20 years, we have never come across a situation where even one single person who is not a Sankethi has sought any assistance. So if they are Sankethi, they call it, and normally we know the persons through the contacts. There is so much that we have 75 members in the community, and through them the network goes to 750 people. So we clearly know if a person applies For example, if a scholarship has to be applied, there is a column called references. 2 managing committee members have to affix their signature to say, I know this person. So more or less that is taken care of. Perhaps that will not happen. What was the last question? You asked something? I forgot.
Yeah, the second question was how do the Better Sankethi community know about the benefits? So you mentioned about
I got it. You see, Kowshika Sankethi Sangha does not have any publication by itself. We are forbidden from undertaking any publications under the FCRA guidelines that prohibits us from going into publication. Our mouthpiece to the community is Sankethi Sangama to some extent, because everything that we announce in terms of hostel admissions, scholarships, Microsoft scheme, NASA collaboration, general body reports, managing committee meetings, everything appears in their magazines on a month-to-month basis. And almost every Sankethi, both in India and abroad, get that publication. So in a way, we are able to get connected, more or less 90%. Second, for every member at the end of the year, we publish the general body report for the year, which gives practically every single information about the institution in terms of what is happening, what has happened, what happened during the year. The entire activities in a nutshell is available in our general body report. You can see that on our website, the last one. Anything that you want to know, perhaps the speech that presented about the old age home, the hostels that we run, where are the hostels, etc., etc. Everything is given in very great detail in that report. Hereafter, we will probably send a soft copy of that annual report because NASA is becoming a part of our family. We will send a soft copy of that general body report to NASA, which can be circulated so you become completely updated with the developments on a year-to-year basis.
Yeah, what I meant by publication was not necessarily like a newspaper, but your newsletters. I think you gave a name of your annual report and other things where the information about the various facilities and benefits that are offered to Sankethis as a whole. So that was my question. So how widely is it distributed? Do actually Bhattitva Sankethis do they become aware of the benefits that you have? Is it only by word of mouth? And how does it?
Okay, it's like this. See, we publish regularly pamphlets and leaflets whenever there is a new scheme comes into vogue. Every Sankethi new schemes and developments regarding, for example, enhancement of the old age pension from 500 rupees to 1,000 rupees is a news which every Sankethi must know. It is published in Sangama. We cannot publish anything which is called a publication. That's barred. Now, if somebody wants to know about the institution, I think if they contact any of these committee members or managing committee members or ask us questions, apart from what is available on the website, if they're still in the website, you have the schemes, how much the scholarships we pay, etc., etc. But if you have specific questions, if you direct those questions, they will be immediately answered.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
One quick follow-up from this, excuse me. Yeah, I know people are raising their hand. Let me just ask one quick follow-up. Does the KSS have a website, or are you more on Facebook? How do you get to people electronically? Is there a way that you do that?
Yeah, we have a KSS website called www.kssmysore.com. If you go to website and press www.kssmysore.com, it will tell you all about the KSS activities. Maybe it is not updated as of now because of this COVID situation, but generally everything about Sankethi Sangha, which people must know, we tend to update it. We will probably do it after a little while when this COVID crisis subsides.
I have a question.
A follow-up
Yes, sir.
question, though, just very quickly to Ashok Uncle's question. So the thing is, from what I understand, the Betadpur Sanketis, I think they get a magazine called Sankethi Varte. I may be mistaken. Are we certain that Betadpur Sanketis in India, in Mysore, Bangalore, what have you, get the Sankethi Sangama, number one? And number two, so if you have an elderly Betadpur Sankethi woman or an elderly Betadpur Sankethi man, how outside of Sankethi Sangama may they be informed or aware, for example, of this Sankethi old age home? What is there a process by which an effort is made to make the elderly Betadpur Sankethi, the needy Betadpur Sankethi, aware of the programs that are available if by chance they don't get the Sankethi Sangama? I'm not sure what the distribution of Sankethi Sangama to Betadpur Sanketis are. And I could be wrong, but I thought that there was a Betadpur Sankethi magazine, something Sankethi Varte perhaps. So how is that elderly Betadpur Sankethi contacted to let them know that they can apply for Sankethi old age home?
Not an easy question to answer. You see, I presume that the so-called elderly Betadpur Sankethi man or woman would be living in some small villages or towns and would be looking for, let us say, the accommodation. I think they would definitely be in touch. I'm sorry. They would be in touch with people by word of mouth, by contacts. Generally, we have not come across someone who said, we don't know that there was an old age home here. You see, it's like this. We do not have a network which publishes all our activities. But having run for 75 years, more or less all the Sanketis in India know almost everything about what it is doing. And I think by some contacts, either locally, wherever they are living, or by contacting us, I can't see any other way of. And the Sankethi Varte, the Sankethi Sangama that you mentioned, they are all private in-house publications. We do not have anything to do with them officially. We also insert our advertisements in that magazine for our requirements. That's how it works.
Sorry, in the same line, I have a question, please. Now,
I will, excuse me, I will just suggest something. My request is that such questions which have not been completely answered to your satisfaction, I suppose, if you come across a specific instance of such situations, you have all the contacts at NASA and in India, or Mrs. Prema will help you with that. You can contact me or anybody else, and I will look into that. We'll have to, these are all specific cases. We have not come across situations where people said, we did not know that there was a hostel, we did not know there was an old age home. I don't know whether there is.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. No, I agree with you, because by word of mouth, we already know that Kowshika Sankethi Sangha has got a very good old age home.
Maybe there are
and most of our relatives are also from Kowshika Sankethi. In fact, my Madni is a Kowshika Sankethi. No, my question was, supposing there are two families from Betadpur Sankethi looking for a spot in the old age home. At the same time, there is another two eligible Kowshika Sankethi family looking in for the spot. Who gets the preference? Who decides how? What is the criteria?
Very simple question.
Second question, please. Sorry. In the last 75 years, you guys have done an awesome job. So also Betadpur Sankethis. Unfortunately, both have not come together in black and white. You said you have no answer, but what is surprising me is that what are the efforts put by both Betterpura and Kowshika to make sure we come together. Like you rightly said, our population in the entire world is less than 15,000. In next 10 years, that is going to go down for sure. We got to keep up our heritage, our culture, our identity. We are almost same, we are same. So when we are same, why can't we do something? What is the approach taken by Kowshika Sankethi with their 75 years of experience and expertise and the leaders you have? Have you guys approached Betterpur Sankethi? What has been? Were you able to succeed in convincing them and coming forward? These are two of my questions, please.
To the first question, it's a simple question. Two Kowshika Sankethi old woman and two Betterpur Sankethi old woman approach the old age home for admission. If we have seats, the consideration for admission is not Betterpura or Kowshika. I repeat it. Forget that word from their biodata. 4 Sankethis have approached. The admission is on need-based. Who needs the admission most? We do not sacrifice a Kowshika for a Betterpura or vice versa. It is, for example, the admission to the old age home is very strict because it has only 15 seats and all are full now. Maybe 1 or 2 seats are left. And whoever joins never leaves. It's for life. I told in my speech. People are very happy living there. So the admission process has to be so perfect that tomorrow I might get someone else who deserves the admission even more than the previous one. So what we have done is, we have a small subcommittee comprising of the office bearers of the Bangalore zone, which interviews the candidates, evaluates the person. A very special concern is the medical condition of the inmate. If the inmate is carrying a transferable disease or he is not able to maintain himself at the old age home, one of the preconditions in the old age home is that the person must be able to live by himself all activities at the time of admission. Later on, if he is bedridden, we will take care of that. So the admission process considers, does he have son or a daughter in Bangalore? Is there someone to look after him, or he is completely an orphan? What is his financial condition? What is his health condition? There are doctors on this panel. If they find the person is suffering from any disease which can transmit or physically not in a position to manage, we will not admit. It doesn't matter whether he's a Kowshika or a Betterpura. So there are guidelines which bind, number 1. Number 2, if those 2 or 4 people come in, they will not come on their own. They will be brought by somebody to say, please admit my so-and-so. There has to be a guardian. We will insist on a guardian because after we admit, if there are problems, if there is a death, it's our duty to inform them and they must take care of the inmate. That's a commitment which they must make. We do not have hospitalization facilities or money for giving treatment to the inmates. So if the person faces serious illness in the old age home, we request that guardian who has admitted to take them for a while, hospitalize, give them treatment and bring them back. If the person does not have anybody, we will manage that. So there are several conditions that govern the admission process. And none of them is about whether he's a Kowshika or a Betterpura. To the second question, I am in Sangha for 20 years. When I joined, already the efforts by my predecessor presidents were going on for the previous 15 years in this amalgamation effort. I only assume it was not something very specific, but generally somehow the meeting of the minds or the keenness to bring together or whatever reasons. But in no way has it affected. In name, we could have gone together and called it, instead of Kowshika Sankethi Sangha, called it a Sankethi Sangha or Kowshika Betterpura Sangha by name. But the activities that the Sangha would do would be exactly the same that we are doing today. Nothing would change. Only on paper, we would have said, shaken hands and said, we are together one. But it doesn't matter to us because we just do not consider that prefix in that person's name. So it has not happened. And over the period of time, I think enough efforts were done. Subramaniam was one of the persons Jyoti principal was one of the main persons who tried very hard. But I'm not very familiar, but last 20 years, I think more or less we have accepted that whether it board matching takes place or not, we will deem them as part of my brothers and sisters. That's the way it is.
All right, thank you. I think the big takeaway for us is that there's no discrimination between Kowshika and Betapura.
Absolutely.
And I'm glad to hear it. And I think this also means it's a call for us to reach out to more Betapura Sanketis, and we can do that through our networks.
Yes.
I know there's people who want to, tell those people in India who might be needing that these facilities are available. And I think that we can and should do that, and we'll find ways to do that. I have a few questions from the chat. So one of them is, BSS has been mentioned a few times. Can you tell us quickly what is the status of BSS and what facilities do they provide? Do they have any, similar organization and charities and hostels and old age home or not?
To my knowledge, honestly, I do not know everything about BSS, but to my knowledge, they run an old age home in Bangalore. They run a girls' hostel probably in Bangalore and a boys' hostel in Mysore. Honestly, a Betapura Sankethi will tell you more about it. I do not want to say what I do not know fully.
Okay, thank you.
And I want to add one thing to clarify that if you have Betapura Sankethi poor people in Bangalore or in Karnataka whose children need scholarships or hostel admissions, please tell them to apply. Not worry that I am a Betapura, they may not consider. That doesn't happen.
Okay, thank you. I know it's very late for you there, so I don't want to keep you any longer than you want.
I would love to go on.
If anyone has a question, want to raise your hand. I know Ranjani had her hand up. Do you still have a question?
Please.
Oh, wait, hang on. Natesh Maggia, I'll ask him to unmute. He has a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead. No, you have to unmute yourself, Natesh Uncle. I've given you the permission. Yeah, there you go.
Anantha.
Namaskaro, namaskaro, namaskaro.
You did a super job in presenting the Kowshika Sankethi Sangha's
Thank you very much, sir. Your blessings.
Appeal.
Your blessings.
And, one thing I wanted to ask you was that if, as a citizen of this country, donates money, would I get tax benefits from this country?
When you mean this country, what is it? America?
You, as a US citizen,
yes,
would be able to get tax benefits in US if I send the money through NASA? And also, can I specifically tell NASA, I want my money to go to this particular program in the Kowshika Sankethi Sangha, like the Samadaya Bhavana for this particular part of the Samadaya Bhavana, I want to donate so much of money. Can I do that to NASA? Is NASA going to communicate to you my request, or does it come as NASA's donation to KSS?
So I should answer some of this. So the funds that we've established, they're not managed by KSS. They're managed by NASA. So these are NASA charitable funds that we have for the purposes that we decided. So as a board of directors, we decided that the most impact that we would have is with the Senior Citizens Fund and with a scholarship fund. And those funds also align with our goals to help the needy people in our community. So those are currently the only two funds we have. We do not take money from people and direct it. We do it as an organization. We have to create those vehicles, and only as an organization then we can accept those donations and send them to those causes wherever they are, whether it's KSS or BSS or in the US or directly managed by us. We control the funds and those. We do not direct funds based on what member donations are. We can't do that. We can't just be a conduit for sending money. We have to do it as we can't do it any more than you could give the money to the Red Cross and say, go give it to somebody. They won't do it either. And we also cannot. It's forbidden for us to do that by government regulations.
Thank you, Ganesh. I'm not taking any position. I just wanted to know what the rules are.
Yeah,
And,
that's it. But our investigation showed that really is the only way we can operate legally, is for it to be a organizational decision based on our charter, how we spend the money, and then we can create those funds, and then we as a board can disperse those funds for those purposes. And it
goes as a donation to KSS as a NASA's
from NASA
donation.
Right. So you donate to NASA, and then NASA can donate to any organization that meets those goals. So if it's a old age home in India, it could be KSS or BSS, as long as we have a separate agreement. Mm-hmm.
So if I want to have a particular interest in donating to KSS Samudaya Bhavana, I have to do it directly, not through NASA.
Correct. So Samudaya Bhavana is not something that we have currently as a charity. I think we'd have to discuss whether construction funds in India aligns with our charter or not. If we agree and we vote and create such a fund, then we could. Right now, I think the feeling of this board is that helping people is more important, and that those are the two funds that we've created right now.
Okay,
I want to get to a few people who've been waiting patiently. I know Ramchandra Shastri has been waiting. Let me invite him to ask his question. Go ahead, Ramchandra.
Thank you, Ganesh. Namaskara, Anantha avare. ಬಹಳ ಮೊದಲೇ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ದೆ, ನನಗೆ ಏನು ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮರ್ತೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಜ್ಞಾಪಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಶಂಕರ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಶಂಕರ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಿಯ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಣ್ಣ ನಾನು. ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಸೊ ಅವನ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾನು KSSಗೆ ಹೌದು, ಅವನ ಮೂಲಕನೇ ನಾನು ಇಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದು. ಬಟ್ ನೀವು ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ, ಮೈಕ್ರೋಸಾಫ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಂಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅಂತ. ನನ್ನ ಕ್ವಶನ್ is related to that. Do you have a list of global companies that are eligible for this matching contribution that are both present in Bharat and also in the USA? Because ನನ್ನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋ company, which is also in India, is also matching contributions, and we have been she has been active actually to donate to a number of charities here. So we just wanted to know whether you have a list of organizations, global companies that you could share with us, so that we know that if we are working for those companies, we don't have to worry. Otherwise she will do exactly what Shankar Shastri did there, to see whether that can be included in here as well. Adu nanna prashne. And one comment I wanted to make, you could answer the question later. Please. ನಾನು ಕೌಶಿಕ್ ಸಂಕೇತಿನೋ ಬೆಟರ್ ಸಂಕೇತಿನೋ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. Always as Sankethi. But it is, we are such a small number of people and such a small sect. I think we cannot afford to have multiple organization in Sankethi name. You said that there were efforts, for whatever reason, they were not successful to bring them together. But I think whatever we think, when you say there is a BSS, there is a KSS, we do think that there are two SSS, okay? But in here, in America, we are all Sankethis. We never talk about this or other, and I had never talked about it. But it's very for me, it's really surprising that we have not been able to come together. That's my comment. But the question, if you could answer, I would appreciate it.
The so-called matching contribution situation was first suggested by your brother Shankar Shastri. Till then, we did not even know this. So it's a revelation that a company matches the program. He did everything for us. And we do not know of any specific companies except Google is one which I know for sure because one of my colleagues' daughter works there. Otherwise, I think the respective employees would know. We wouldn't have anything with us. This is a beginning, very, very small beginning we have made with Microsoft. And with every company, if you identify, we need to go through that procedures of registration. We do not have any specific companies with us as a list. As to the Betatpura situation, I said that, it has not happened. So we said, we will live together as Sanketis, and that's the way we are going about.
Okay, thank you. I know there's two more people. Rupa Rudrapatna wanted to ask a question, and I think next to Mr. Chandrasekhar Murthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, this is Ashok Rudrapatna on my wife's computer. Anyway, first of all, I'm echoing what Ramchandra Shastri said, that in NASA, from the very beginning, we started off as a joint association. We never made a distinction between, it was not a North American Kowshika Sankethi Association, North American Sankethi, Betatpur Sankethi, it was a North American Sankethi Association, period. I should say that my father actually was a founder of the Bombay Sankethi Association. It was not Betatpura or Kowshika Sankethi Association. He was one of the founders. This happened in the 1960s. I don't know if it is still there. My father passed away 25 years ago. Jagi Narsimaya, you may have heard of him. Anyway, so the thing is that I'm encouraged very much by the answers you gave regarding the issue of Betatpur Sanketis and what have you. So as you can tell, those of us who ask these questions are Betatpur Sanketis. So that is the reason we were asking all these questions. And the reason for us asking these questions is to make sure that if the funds that are being sent from here is being dispersed on a non-discriminatory basis, that will open up more funds from everybody here, whether they're Kowshika Sanketis or Betatpur Sanketis. We'll feel comfortable in forwarding that. And so I would very strongly encourage you to continue to make an outreach to all the Sanketis over there, and to continue to encourage that. And I'm very happy to hear the responses you have given. So as long as the outreach continues, that's a very good thing. In whatever little way, we are bringing the two communities together. Thank you.
Hearing the questions about Betatpura Kowshika merger or unification, etc., several questions have come up. Just a thought is entering my head now. What I will do is, we will insert an article very soon in the so-called Our Mouthpiece Sankethi Sangama, informing everybody, giving them the clarity that Kowshika Sankethi Sangha does not discriminate as Betatpura Kowshika in any of its dealings. At least we will make sure that people understand this. Many may not even know about it now that I explained to you. That's number one. Secondly, in the last 20 years of my tenure here in Sangha, I have not come across any Betatpur Sankethi associations in India itself who have approached us, not even once in the last 20 years, saying that the anxiety and the interest that you are showing towards unification, we have not been approached. People may have accepted them that we will live the way we are, and therefore it's going on. So it hasn't really been an issue at all in this place for now. But just to give this, erase this doubt in the minds that does the Betatpura Sankethi get admission into an old age home, such questions, we will bring a clarity, general clarity, that the Betatpura tag does not in any manner adversely affect getting any benefit from the Kowshika Sankethi Sangha?
In the light of all the discussions we have had, I would like to say the fusion, the amalgamation has occurred in spirit already. There's almost a 99.9% fusion already. So there's a slight discrepancy here that the complete amalgamation has not occurred in the minds of people who belong to the BSS group. The KSS group has not really seen any kind of discrimination or even a thought of discrimination. But on the other hand, the BSS group is feeling a little bit sensitive about it. So I would like to urge, let us make more efforts so that this kind of discussion will become redundant in the future. Do you have this in your mind? Are you doing anything about it?
Sir, when you say 99.9%, even for a moment assume that tomorrow, by an official agreement, we come together officially and call it by a new name, BKS.
No, we can just call it Sankethi.
Whatever.
Yeah.
My point was
that would make it easier.
Even if we do that, nothing down the line will change in the Sankethi Sangha activities as far as we are concerned.
Yeah, of course, we know that already.
Yeah. So
we already know that. We know that it has occurred, but there are very few people who feel sensitive about it. A small number of people, not many as far as I can tell.
The Indian Bhattapura Sankethi population have never made this a subject.
An issue, yes.
So it's accepted by at least the Sankethi community.
Let us ultimately remove even that remote semblance of discretion or discrimination or sensitivity that exists in the community.
Let's hope, sir. Let's hope.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, next, please.
All right, thank you. Ranjini, do you have a question? I will let you unmute. Go ahead.
Excuse me. I see a lot of doubts which we thought were not there. It's coming up. So I would like you to please ask everything that is in your mind as doubts, because let it get clarified right away.
Sure. Ranjini, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I won't attempt to speak in Sankethi like Lalita did because my skills are not that good, but I appreciate what you presented today, Uncle. Something that I think we as NASA can do is we can help to have better outreach to those communities. So because we don't see the distinction, we can encourage that all of your programs can be passed forward without distinction.
Thank you.
Questions I have though, which is taking us in a different direction and not for today, but I hope we can hear more about it, is in the news, there's a lot of talk about taxation schemes for farmers. And there are many people in the Sankethi villages who are still in an agricultural profession. So I was wondering at some future point, can you help us understand what is exactly the situation? And are some of our relatives living in the villages really subject to maybe more difficulties going forward because of some of these new commodity exchange schemes that are being changed? So again, not for today, but I'm hoping, Uncle, you can point us in a direction to learn more about what the situation is.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
Was there anything else, Ranjini, or? Did you hear the question?
Yeah. She's putting a thought in our head to consider as a future. We will think about that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm going to only take one or two more. Lalita.
Hey, thank you, Ganesh. So I really think that Ranjini kind of helped draw attention to the way forward. And I think if we can tie it into what we've discussed thus far, if we can tweak, as everybody has been making suggestions, if we can tweak the approach of KSS, which already shows tremendous innovation by being so all-encompassing. It's just, I think the gap is that many Beditpur Sanketis may not know, and perhaps there's even some Kaushik Sanketis that may not know. And actually, Ranjani suggested as well, outreach. And I think that if that can be a focal point, the outreach to make sure that as many Sanketis are aware of the, inclusive nature, and if KSS and other groups take the leadership on that as well, and just make sure at a minimum that the Beditpur Sanketis are aware, and then we monitor that to see what the composition of the recipients are, what percentage of Beditpur Sanketis are applying, what percentage of Beditpur Sanketis are in, have actually been accepted, and we can continually monitor that would really promote the growth strategy that Uncle, you have presented here. But I do want to say, KSS has done tremendous work, no doubt about it. A lot of outreach has been performed by KSS. These are all tweaks that can help. And with that, we can then start thinking of more, global issues, national issues, regional issues, like the one that, Ranjani brought up here. And we can really make this a very helpful organization that impacts just a broad swath of people. And we can get beyond some of these, historical gaps. So thank you for your presentation, sir.
Thank you. I know Mr. Balakrishna has a question next. I'm going to ask him to unmute, and I see Natesh Maggi after that.
Before Mr. Balakrishna's question, I would request Mrs. Prema and Ganesh that in your newsletter in the next coming months, please, based on the discussions that we have had today, please bring some clarity into the Beditpura population in your country to give them clear picture of what exactly is the relationship and the way things work here. There seems to be, of course, there are a few people here who asked questions, but who have not attended may still be carrying these doubts. So maybe in your Chiguru newsletter, based on these discussions, you can quote me and confirm to them, to give them that reassurance that the meeting of the minds has already taken place.
All right.
Yeah, please, Mr. Balakrishna.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Balakrishna.
The question is that ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಕೇತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ, for example, we have more educational trust, charitable trust. In course of time, we may not have people to run them. Later on, it may have to be merged with the Kowshika Association. Will the Kowshika Sankethi Association be able to carry on some of the missions of these separate trusts that are going on now? For example, in my father's name, I have formed a trust. Right now, my brothers, children, they are managing that. After some time, it may not be possible for them to manage it. So if we were to merge everything with the Kowshika Sankethi Association, will be able to follow the same mission and the charter that have formed, for which those trusts are formed. If in our own Mattur village, there are three or four trusts already there, giving scholarship and all that. So whether you Kowshika Sankethi Association can take over the responsibility of awarding the scholarship in the name of my father. That's all I want to ask.
Well, the answer is this. Our core objective of the Kowshika Sankethi Sangha is primarily education, and of late, the problems of the old. Our hands are really full with dealing this problem, and we are not doing justice to this core causes even now. I explained the scholarships are less than 20%. We are only having an old age home for 15 people, which is insignificant. So the core objective of the Sangha itself is a big step which we have to deal with, number one. Number two, we are finding difficulty in finding donations are coming from time to time regularly, but volunteers, it's becoming increasingly difficult to work. So we do not want to take on responsibilities beyond what we have taken now, and on a specific case-to-case basis, if there are exceptional situations, we normally do not wish to get entangled with taking over. For example, even the Kowshika Temple Trust was very much requested Kowshika Sankethi Sangha to take over. We said that's not our core objective. We did not accept. So we want to do a good job in the field of education and poverty and poor people in the community to start with, do it properly. That itself is, I'm personally not very happy that we have done a lot of things. So whether it's trusts at Mattur or any other people who have set up trusts and because of old age, well, what you could do is, the easiest way would be transfer the trust money into the Sangha with an endowment and insist that the interest on that endowment must be given to a specific engineering student or a medical student. So the funds come in, it's independently managed by the institution in terms of our rules and regulations. Normally, we wouldn't want to get into areas beyond what we are doing right now.
Right. What I know is that this Lakshmi Keshava trust is one, there Surnarana trust is the other one, and third one is my own father's name, Mattur Ramaswamy Charitable Trust. Presently, they're all involved in awarding scholarships to students. They're not doing much. We did give some charitable donations. Beyond this, not much done.
Sir, it doesn't work. It doesn't work that way, because in Sankethi Sangha, the scholarships are awarded with a certain specific guidelines and procedures. And if any trust is giving scholarships, it must amalgamate that funds into the Sangha funds and accept our procedures. It cannot be that we will take over certain things. So it is something where, we already have enough responsibilities and we want to do justice to that for the present.
Ganesh?
Yes, Ganesh?
Can you unmute me?
We're already unmuted. Yes, so you can go ahead.
Anantha?
Yes, sir.
What I would like to suggest is that with the discussion that has taken place, I would recommend you to contact the BSS presidents and communicate what has happened, so that he in turn can communicate to the community that you are open and and all the BSS community can get all the benefits, and so that at least you should communicate to the president and their staff if you can. That would help.
We will do it, sir. We'll do it.
And second thing is I would very strongly recommend you to contact the BSS president and their staff to see whether this merger of these two, and put the resources together. And you are already following the guidelines of, there is only one Sankethi association, but could you please also contact the BSS and see, would they also agree to do that? And you can merge the resources and then operate as a Sankethi. I would like you to take an initiative on this, even though the past thing have failed. I would like to urge you to try to start this again.
Sir, the answer is, as I said in my speech at the end, decisions are made even on smaller issues in the managing committee. This is a very major issue. I will present this idea to the managing committee at the next meeting and take it from there.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Anantha. I think this has been a very helpful and instructive talk I know it's very late for you, so thank you very much for your patience. And really, I think this went a lot better and there's a lot more interest than I expected. And I thank you very much for answering all those questions. I know I feel much better, even better than I did before. I'm very optimistic about what we can do and achieve after hearing you talk. So I am really very grateful for your time. Everyone, I want to say thank you. Quick note on logistics. We're going to break for a very late lunch and we will reconvene at 3 o'clock for our GBM. I will let Prema now take us into our lunch break.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Anantha.
நமஸ்காரம் அனந்தா వాళ్ళకి నాసా పరమాయిట్ నా உங்கள హెంబ క్షమాపణೆ కోళని హెంబ పాಪ అండ్ పాಪ హెంబ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಚಿದು ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಟೈಮಕ್ಕೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಮೇರಿಕಾ ಟೈಮಕ್ಕೂ ಒಟ್ಕ ಸೇರಿச்சுட்டோ பட் பட் இந்த இப்படி அரேஞ்ச் பண்ணித்தன்னோ நீங்க எங்களுக்கெல்லாம் அழகிட்ட உத்தரவு கொடுத்துறாண்டியோ நம்பெಲ್ಲ ஒட்க சேரி ಸಂಕೇತಿ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಕತ್ತ ಪಣ್ಣಕ್ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅತ ಪಣ್ಣಮೋ ಎಲ್ಲಾರು ಒಟ್ಕಾಯ್ತು ಎಂದ್ ಪರಮಾಯ್ತು ನಮ್ದು ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಪರಮಾಯ್ತು ಅತ್ತ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಪಣ್ಣಕ್ಕ ಅಂದೋ ಖಂಡಿತமா எல்லாரு ஒட்கா பண்ணமோ அதண்டி இதண்டி மேலி இது கீழே அந்த ಭಾವನೆ நம்மட தாருக்கு அண்டேன்மோ வந்துக்கல அத்தியே முந்திக்கு ஆப்ஜெக்டிவ் வச்சுக்கிட்டு பண்ணமோ ದಯವ ಕ್ಷಮಿಕೆಂಗೋ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಹೆಂಬ ಲೇಟ್ பண்ணிரானோ இப்போ நாங்க டைமுக்கு போயிட்டு 3 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ எங்க GBM ஷூட் பண்ணமோ thank you everyone please join at 3 o'clock.
Thank you very much. Bye. Goodbye.
Thank you to all the other KSS members who have also joined from India. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you everyone.